النشيد الوطني.
قل لعبادي الذين آمنوا يقيموا الصلاة وينفقوا مما رزقناهم سرا وعلانية من قبل أن يأتي يوم لا بيع فيه ولا خلال. الله الذي خلق السماوات والأرض وأنزل من السماء ماء فأخرج به من الثمرات رزقا لكم وسخر لكم الفلك لتجري في البحر بأمره وسخر لكم الأنهار وسخر لكم الشمس والقمر دائبين وسخر لكم الليل والنهار.
معالي رئيس الديوان العام للمحاسبة، رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين، الدكتور حسام بن عبد المحسن العنقري، راعي حفلنا الكريم، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضورنا الكريم من سيدات وسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نجتمع اليوم لنعلن عن مرحلة جديدة في مسيرة مهنة تعد إحدى ركائز الثقة والحوكمة في وطن يكتب مستقبل مؤسساته بثبات. فصل جديد، فصل يفتح آفاقاً واسعة للمراجعة الداخلية ويمنحها دوراً أكثر تأثيراً في دعم التنمية المستدامة التي توليها قيادتنا الرشيدة اهتماماً كبيراً. المؤتمر السنوي للمراجعة الداخلية هو المحفل المهني الأول والنافذة التي تطل من خلالها المهنة على مستقبلها، مستقبل تصنع فيه القرارات على أسس من المهنية، ويعاد فيه تشكيل أدوات العمل المؤسسي، وتبنى فيه قدرات تستشرف الغد لا تتأخر عنه. هذا الحدث يجمع قادة المهنة ومتخذي القرار والمختصين والإعلام ليكون منصة للتشاور للتطوير وللابتكار، وليؤكد أن المراجعة الداخلية في المملكة أصبحت اليوم قوة مؤسسية حقيقية ومكوناً أساسياً في معادلة التحول الوطني. حضورنا الكريم، مسيرة الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين لم تكن يوماً مساراً تقليدياً، كانت وما زالت رحلة تغيير ورحلة نجاح، رحلة انتقلت بالمهنة من حدود الممارسة إلى آفاق الريادة، ومن أدوار تقليدية إلى حضور مؤثر محلياً ودولياً. هي قصة وطنية بدأت بطموح وتحولت إلى منظومة ناضجة تبنى فيها المبادرات وترسم فيها المعايير ويعاد فيها صياغة ما يجب أن تكون عليه المراجعة الداخلية الحديثة. والآن حضورنا الكريم، دعونا نعيش معاً حكاية هذه المسيرة في عرض بصري يجمع محطاتها البارزة وإنجازاتها وما وصلت إليه اليوم من مكانة مهنية راسخة.
كيان يعلن برؤية وطنية تستشرف المستقبل. انطلقت الحكاية، وضعنا استراتيجية للقيادة، وأصبح المعيار مقياسا للجميع. خطوة بعد خطوة رفعنا سقف الطموح وأشركنا المجتمع المهني. نقيم لنحسن ونلتزم لنطور. نقلنا التجارب وصدرنا المعرفة. أطلقنا البرامج لنؤهل الكوادر. أثرينا المحتوى العربي بمواد علمية تقود للبحث والابتكار. وبدعم القيادة أصبحنا هيئة تنظم، ترخص وتضبط إيقاع المهنة، تضع المعايير وتشارك القرار. كل ذلك بدأ بكفاءات آمنت أن المهنة تستحق. واليوم 3 ديسمبر لعام 2025 نلتقي لنعلن فصلاً جديداً يبدأ الآن.
هو فعلا فصل جديد ورحلة طويلة ملهمة ومتسارعة الخطى، رحلة تؤكد أن هذه المهنة في المملكة ماضية نحو مستقبل أكثر احترافية، وأن الهيئة باتت اليوم صوتاً مهنياً مسموعاً ومؤثراً وذو حضور عالمي متنام. حضورنا الكريم لكل تحول هويته التي تعبر عنه. أما اليوم ندعو راعي حفلنا الكريم معالي الدكتور حسام بن عبد المحسن العنقري لتدشين الهوية الجديدة للهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين. شكراً معاليكم. هوية جديدة تعبر عن رؤية، ورؤية تبنى على تاريخ من المنجزات. حضورنا الكريم يقودها فريق طموح استطاع أن ينقل المهنة إلى فضاءات أوسع من التأثير. رجاءً خلينا نسمعهم تحية كبيرة، هذا الفريق الرائع، ولكم أنتم أيضاً المراجعين الداخليين. هذه الهوية الجديدة للهيئة ليست تغيراً بصرياً فقط، إنها انعكاس لجوهر المهنة، لوظيفتها، وللطموح الذي يحركها، وللالتزام العميق بحماية مكتسباتنا الوطنية، تعزيز قدرات الجهات، وتقديم قيمة مضافة في بيئات الأعمال. أما الآن يسعدنا أن ندعو سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين الأستاذ عبد الله بن صالح الشبالي لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل مشكورا إلى المنصة.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. معالي الدكتور حسام بن عبد المحسن العنقري، رئيس الديوان العام للمحاسبة، رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين، راعي حفلنا الكريم، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، أهلا وسهلا بكم في المؤتمر السنوي للمراجعة الداخلية 2025، الحدث المهني الأول للمراجعة الداخلية بالمملكة، والذي يجمع المختصين والممارسين من مختلف الجهات والخبرات، ليكون منصة لتبادل المعرفة ومناقشة التحديات واستشراف مستقبل المهنة. نجتمع اليوم لنعلن عن بداية فصل جديد في مسيرة الهيئة بعد طي صفحة مشرفة صاغتها أيد وطنية لنؤرخ عبور الهيئة من الفكرة إلى الأثر، ومن الحلم إلى الحضور، ومن حدود الطموح إلى رحابة الريادة. الحضور الكريم، على مدى السنوات الخمس الماضية لم تكن استراتيجية الهيئة مجرد خطط مكتوبة، بل مشروعاً وطنياً تحول إلى واقع، خطة جعلت الهيئة جهة لا تعمل داخل حدودها فقط، بل إلى منظومة لها صوت مسموع ورسالة واضحة ووجود مؤثر يتجاوز حدود المملكة. سنوات صغنا فيها مكانة مهنية، وقدمنا مبادرات أصبحت اليوم جزءاً من هوية المهنة الحديثة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، في الفترة الماضية خطت الهيئة خطوات واثقة صنعت من المهنة تجربة سعودية استثنائية، رسخت فيها قيم الاحترافية، وجهزت فيها أدوات التميز، وأطلقت خلالها برامج ومبادرات مهنية أسهمت في إبراز الدور الاستراتيجي للمراجعة الداخلية. رحلة الهيئة كانت مساراً متواصلاً من الإنجاز والتأثير، وعبرت الحدود إلى أن جابت القارات لتؤكد أن صوت المراجعة الداخلية السعودي حاضر ومؤثر على الساحة العالمية. وبفضل إيمان القيادة الرشيدة بأهمية المهنة ودورها الحيوي في تعزيز الشفافية والمساءلة في العمل المؤسسي، جاء قرار التحول من جمعية إلى هيئة. هذه الثقة تجسد أهمية مهنة المراجعة الداخلية وأثرها الحيوي في دعم القطاعات الحكومية والخاصة والمجتمع المهني. ومواصلة لهذا الحضور، يأتي فوز المملكة باستضافة المؤتمر الدولي للمراجعين الداخليين لعام 2027 محطة بارزة في مسار الريادة والإنجاز، لتؤكد مكانة المملكة المتميزة في المهنة عالمياً، وتجسد الثقة الدولية في قدراتها على قيادة المحافل المهنية الكبرى. ولم يتوقف الطموح عند حدود الاستضافة، إذ امتد ليشمل تولي المملكة رئاسة المركز الدولي للجان المراجعة، وهو المرجع المهني الدولي الوحيد في العالم في حوكمة لجان المراجعة. هذه الرئاسة ليست منصباً تشريفياً، بل شهادة تعكس مكانة المملكة في التأثير على صياغة المعايير الدولية وتوجيه مسارات التطوير والمشاركة في بناء منظومة معايير تسهم في ترسيخ الشفافية ورفع جودة الممارسات المؤسسية على مستوى العالم. الحضور الكريم، إن ما تحقق لم يكن نتاج مبادرات منفردة، بل ثمرة حضور مؤسسي متماسك ورواية مهنية انسجمت في كل تفاصيلها، وصورة ذهنية رسمت بعناية، حتى أصبحنا بفضل الله في طليعة الدول التي تبنى فيها المهن على أسس حديثة، وحضور دولي يتوسع عاماً بعد عام. وحيث يأتي تدشين الهوية ليعلن ولادة فصل جديد بهوية بصرية تعكس وضوح رؤية الهيئة وتؤكد مكانتها الراسخة، والآن تتجه نحو دور تنظيمي واستراتيجي أعمق لتبدأ مرحلة جديدة في تطوير الأطر الممكنة للجهات وتعزيز الممارسات ودعم بيئة الحوكمة ورفع مستوى الجاهزية المهنية والعمل جنباً إلى جنب مع شركائنا لبناء مستقبل تصنع فيه القرارات على أسس من الموثوقية والاحترافية. وهي مرحلة لا نبدأها من الصفر، بل نبني فيها على قاعدة صلبة ورصيد من المنجزات جعلتنا اليوم أكثر قدرة على قيادة التحول القادم. ولنبدأ فصلاً جديداً، فصلاً نكتب فيه تجربة سعودية أكثر رسوخاً وأكثر حضوراً. نجتمع اليوم تحت رايته، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يعيش العالم اليوم ثورة تقنية تقودها الأدوات المتقدمة للذكاء الاصطناعي، مما جعل التقنية عنصراً محورياً في تطوير المهنة وتعزيز كفاءة الأعمال وجودة المخرجات. ومواكبة لهذه الثورة، عملت الهيئة على تطوير أداة ذكاء اصطناعي مهنية تهدف إلى رفع مستوى الدقة والسرعة في أداء المهام. نستأذنكم معالي راعي حفلنا الكريم بأخذ بصمة الوجه إذاناً بإطلاق أداة الذكاء الاصطناعي المهنية. أهلاً، أنا سارة مساعدتكم الذكية. سعيدة بتواجدي اليوم معكم ومتحمسة بأن أكون مساعدتكم الذكية. واسمحوا لي أن أدعو زميلي الأستاذ تركي الخليوي للحديث أكثر عني.
شكرا سارة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معالي رئيس الديوان العام للمحاسبة، رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين، دكتور حسام بن عبد المحسن العنقري، راعي حفلنا الكريم، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الأخوات والأخوة الحضور، أهلاً وسهلاً بكم في المؤتمر السنوي للمراجعة الداخلية لعام 2025، حيث نجتمع بكم في بداية فصل يحمل في طياته الكثير والكثير للمهنة والمهنيين. الحضور الكريم، ندرك في الهيئة ما يواجه المراجع الداخلي من تحديات، أبرزها صعوبة الوصول للمعلومة الدقيقة والملائمة لبيئة عمل كل منشأة، إلى جانب التحديثات في المعايير الدولية للمراجعة الداخلية ومتطلبات الأنظمة والتشريعات المحلية. لذا عملنا وبالشراكة مع الشركات الرائدة في مجال تقنية المعلومات على تطوير أداة ذكاء اصطناعي لتكون المساعد الذكي للمراجع الداخلي في خطوة نوعية لتمكين المراجعين الداخليين وتعزيز فاعلية أعمالهم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحفل الكريم تعتمد سارة على تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي المعزز بالاسترجاع Retrieval Augmented Generation أو ما يسمى بالراج. تمكن هذه التقنية سارة من تحليل وفهم السياق وتقديم إجابات دقيقة متكاملة وسريعة. كما تستند سارة على تقنيات أخرى مثل NLP Natural Language Processing و ML Machine Learning، كل هذا بهدف تقديم حل متكامل لدعم وتعزيز فاعلية عمل المراجعين الداخليين. تتميز سارة بأنها سهلة، آمنة وموثوقة. تتميز بأنها آمنة لأنه تم تصميمها بناء على معايير الأمن السبراني الوطنية، كما يتم استضافة بياناتها بالكامل داخل المملكة العربية السعودية، مما يمنح المستخدمين أعلى درجات الأمان في تخزين ونقل المعلومات، كما يضمن أيضاً حماية سرية البيانات. سهلة لأنها تتميز بمرونة عالية وتجربة استخدام سلسة وبديهية تمكن المراجع الداخلي من الوصول للمعلومة وإجراء عمليات البحث والتحليل في ثوان معدودة. هي أيضاً موثوقة لأنها تعتمد وتستقي معلوماتها من مصادر معتمدة دولية ومحلية، مثل الإطار الدولي للممارسات المهنية IPPF، وتعتمد أيضاً على المصادر والتشريعات المحلية ذات العلاقة. حضورنا الكريم، سارة من سايا تمثل نقلة نوعية في دعم وتمكين المراجعين الداخليين، من حيث تعزيز سرعة ودقة اتخاذ القرار المهني، رفع كفاءة الأداء وجودة المخرجات في أعمال المراجعة الداخلية، كما تساعد المراجع الداخلي في إعداد التقارير وتحليل النتائج بأسلوب احترافي مدعم بالبيانات. تعتبر سارة أيضاً أداة تطوير معرفي وتدريبي تساهم في رفع مستوى الوعي المهني وتعزيز القدرات الفردية للمراجعين الداخليين. تمكن سارة أيضاً المراجع الداخلي من التعامل مع المخاطر الناشئة. خلونا نجرب سارة سوا ونسألها بعض الأسئلة. كيف نصمم في إدارة المراجعة الداخلية برنامج ضبط جودة بمؤشرات أداء كمية ونوعية؟ نلاحظ إجابة فورية سريعة دقيقة ومتكاملة تشير سارة إلى المصادر، وهي تستند إلى المعايير الدولية للمراجعة الداخلية لعام 2024. تشير إلى المبدأ 12 من ناحية تحسين الجودة، تحديداً المعيار 12.2، وتسرد الخطوات. في ذيل القائمة نجد جزء من قدرة سارة على فهم السياق، اقتراح أسئلة إلحاقية للمراجع الداخلي. على سبيل المثال، كيف يمكن تحسين جودة وظيفة المراجعة الداخلية باستخدام مؤشرات الأداء؟ تسرد الإجابة، تشير إلى المصادر. في ذيل الإجابة نجد أن المصدر هو الإطار الدولي للمعايير الممارسة المهنية IPPF. ليس فقط إشارة للمصدر، بل إشارة إلى الصفحة التي استقت منها الإجابة الظاهرة على الشاشة. فالمراجع الداخلي يستطيع أن يقارن الإجابة الظاهرة أمامه بالمصدر. وبهذه التجربة شهدنا معكم مدى مهنية سارة مستشارك الموثوق، علماً أنه سيكون إطلاق سارة بنسختها التجريبية الأولى في منتصف العام القادم بإذن الله. شكراً لكم.
شكراً لكم أستاذ تركي، وأكيد الشكر موصول لسارة. نتمنى سارة تكون مستشاركم في المراجعة الداخلية ولا تعتلي المسارح وتصير تقدم النسخة القادمة من المؤتمر، فرجاءً يا سارة خليكي في المراجعة الداخلية. حضورنا الكريم، في مشهد يعكس سعي الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين لبناء جسور التعاون وتطوير الكفاءات الوطنية، تواصل الهيئة خطواتها نحو شراكات دولية فاعلة تجمع ما بين الخبرة والمعرفة وتسهم في دعم مستقبل المهنة. ندعو راعي حفلنا الكريم معالي الدكتور حسام بن عبد المحسن العنقري لإطلاق البرنامج التنفيذي للذكاء الاصطناعي.
In a world driven by data, innovation, and digital transformation, staying ahead is no longer an option. This June, in the heart of Madrid, and in partnership with the Saudi Authority of Internal Auditors and IE University, we are excited to announce the launch of an exclusive AI executive program for internal auditors. This program equips you with AI tools to automate processes, detect risks, and make smarter data-driven decisions. From mastering AI fundamentals to shaping innovative audit strategies, every session delivers real-world hands-on learning. Shape the future of audit. Join a global learning experience that begins in Madrid and transforms everything beyond.
حضورنا الكريم، وفي هذا الإطار تطلق الهيئة البرنامج التنفيذي للذكاء الاصطناعي بالشراكة مع IE University بهدف دعم المبادرات التعليمية والمهنية وتبادل الخبرات، تأكيداً لالتزامها بالتميز والابتكار في خدمة هذه المهنة على المستويين المحلي والدولي. ندعو سعادة النائب التنفيذي للاستراتيجية وتطوير الأعمال الأستاذ صالح بن علي السحيباني والسيد كونستانتينو زبالا مدير إدارة العمليات والعلاقات المؤسسية للصعود إلى خشبة المسرح لتوقيع اتفاقية البرنامج التنفيذي للذكاء الاصطناعي. يعد طبعاً هذا البرنامج برنامج الذكاء الاصطناعي التنفيذي للمراجعين الداخليين الذي تقدمه الهيئة بالتعاون مع الجامعة الإسبانية IE، برنامج يواكب التطورات الحديثة في المجال التقني ويتضمن أحدث أبحاث الذكاء الاصطناعي للخبرات الإقليمية. شكراً جزيلاً لكم وبالتوفيق وألف مبروك هذه الاتفاقية. هذا البرنامج حضورنا الكريم يمكن قادة المراجعة الداخلية من أنهم يستخدمون أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي وأطر الحوكمة والرؤى الاستراتيجية، ويعتبر برنامجاً مكثفاً في هذا المجال، ورح يتم تقديمه لمدة 5 أيام حضورية في حرم الجامعة بمدينة مدريد الإسبانية. في مهنة تقوم على الدقة والثقة، يلعب المراجعون الداخليون دوراً أساسياً في رفع جودة الأداء وحماية المنظمات. ومن هذا الإيمان حضورنا الكريم بأهمية دورهم، تعلن الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين اليوم عن الفائزين بجائزة المراجعة السنوية. هذه الجائزة المميزة التي تحتفي فعلاً بالتميز، تعزز الاحترافية وتدعم أفضل الممارسات في هذا المجال. تهدف الجائزة إلى تعزيز ثقافة المراجعة الداخلية وتكريم الجهات الحكومية والخاصة أيضاً المتميزة، وتحفيز الأداء المهني، خلق روح التنافس البناء. وقد أنشئت لجنة محايدة دقيقة جداً للفرز وللترشح أيضاً، بما يضمن أن يصل للمنصة هنا من يستحق فعلاً. هي لحظة نحتفي فيها بالإنجاز ونلهم بها المزيد من التميز. نطلب الآن من معالي الدكتور حسام بن عبد المحسن العنقري والأستاذ عبد الله بن صالح الشبيلي بالتفضل للمسرح لتكريم الفائزين. نسمع تحية كبيرة. البداية ستكون مع الفائز على الفئة أو بالفئة الذهبية من القطاع الحكومي، الهيئة الملكية لمحافظة العلا، ويمثلها الأستاذ ماهر بن سعد العياضي. ألف مبروك. نبارك للهيئة الملكية لمحافظة العلا هذا التميز وفوزهم بالفئة الذهبية من القطاع الحكومي. ننتقل الآن للفائز بالفئة الذهبية من القطاع الخاص، شركة أرامكو السعودية، ويمثلها الأستاذ محمد القحطاني. ألف مبروك لشركة أرامكو السعودية بفوزها بالفئة الذهبية من القطاع الخاص. ننتقل الآن حضورنا الكريم للإعلان عن الفائز بالفئة الفضية من القطاع الحكومي. الديوان العام للمحاسبة، تمثله الدكتورة صيتا بنت منديل المنديل. ألف مبروك للديوان العام للمحاسبة بفوزه بالفئة الفضية من القطاع الحكومي. ننتقل الآن للقطاع الخاص، والفائز بالفئة الفضية مجموعة STC السعودية ويمثلها الأستاذ عبد الله العنزي. ألف مبروك لمجموعة STC السعودية لفوزهم بالفئة الفضية في القطاع الخاص. ننتقل الآن للفئة البرونزية حضورنا الكريم، والبداية ستكون مع القطاع الحكومي. الفائز من القطاع الحكومي بالفئة البرونزية الهيئة العامة للتخصصات الصحية ويمثلها الأستاذ سعد الهزاع. ألف مبروك للهيئة العامة للتخصصات الصحية لفوزهم بالفئة البرونزية من القطاع الحكومي. ننتقل الآن إلى القطاع الخاص، والفائز بالفئة البرونزية شركة مطارات الدمام ويمثلها الأستاذ سعيد النعيمي. ألف مبروك لشركة مطارات الدمام داكو لفوزهم بالفئة البرونزية من القطاع الخاص. نستأذن معاليكم للبقاء على خشبة المسرح لتكريم شركاء النجاح. نتحدث عن شركاء رسميون واستراتيجيون يقدمون قيمة مضافة ويعززون مفهوم التعاون ومفهوم تبادل الخبرات، ورعاة يدركون تأثيرهم وقيمتهم في مجالاتهم المختلفة. سنبدأ بتكريم الراعي الرسمي للمؤتمر، الديوان العام للمحاسبة ويمثله الدكتورة صيتا بنت منديل المنديل. تحية كبيرة للراعي الرسمي للمؤتمر، الديوان العام للمحاسبة، شكراً جزيلاً لكم. وأيضاً نود تكريم الراعي الرسمي للمؤتمر شركة أرامكو السعودية ويمثلها نائب الرئيس التنفيذي للمراجعة الداخلية الأستاذ محمد القحطاني. شكراً شركة أرامكو السعودية لرعايتكم لهذا المؤتمر وهذه المناسبة المهمة. نكرم أيضاً الراعي الرسمي للمؤتمر مجموعة STC السعودية ويمثلها رئيس المراجعة الداخلية للمجموعة المهندس عبد الله العنزي. شكراً لمجموعة STC السعودية لرعايتها الرسمية لهذا المؤتمر. أما الآن حضورنا الكريم ننتقل لتكريم الراعي الماسي للمؤتمر SNB، ويمثلها رئيس المراجعة الداخلية للمجموعة الأستاذ علي القحطاني. شكراً لSNB للحضور ولرعاية هذا المؤتمر. ننتقل الآن للرعاة الذهبيين، والبداية مع NHC، ويمثلها مدير عام التميز التشغيلي في المراجعة الداخلية الأستاذ إياد الراشد. نسعد بدعمكم بالتأكيد NHC، شكراً جزيلاً لكم. ونكرم أيضاً الراعي الذهبي لهذا المؤتمر شركة CLA السعودية، ويمثلها الشريك الأستاذ تركي العوفي. شكراً لشركة CLA السعودية على رعايتهم لهذا المؤتمر. والآن ننتقل لشكر الرعاة البرونزيين للمؤتمر، والبداية ستكون مع شركة إيكوفيس السبتي، ويمثلها رئيس مجلس الإدارة الأستاذ سعد السبتي. شكراً لكم شركة إيكوفيس السبتي. ونشكر أيضاً الراعي البرونزي للمؤتمر شركة بروتيفيتي، ويمثلها العضو المنتدب في السعودية الأستاذ عدنان زكريا. شكراً جزيلاً. Thank you very much for your continuous support شركة بروتيفيتي. ننتقل الآن لشكر الراعي البرونزي للمؤتمر شركة أكسيوم، ويمثلها الشريك الأستاذ مؤيد رازة. Thank you very much for your sponsorship شركة أكسيوم. الراعي البرونزي للمؤتمر شركة تيمميت باي والترز كلور، ويمثلها الأستاذ أنيس موتوروالا. Thank you very much for your contribution. شركة تيمميت. من منطلق إيمان الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين حضورنا الكريم، هذا الإيمان الراسخ بأهمية بناء القدرات، تمكين المبدعين من أدوات النجاح والتقدم، ودعمهم للوصول إلى أعلى المستويات المهنية في نهضة شاملة للمملكة. حرصت الهيئة على تكريم الحاصلين على شهادة المراجع الداخلي المعتمد، وندعو الآن الحاصلين على شهادة المراجع الداخلي المعتمد للصعود على خشبة المسرح لالتقاط الصورة الجماعية. تفضلوا. تعد شهادة المراجع الداخلي المعتمد CIA حضورنا الكريم واحدة من أهم الشهادات المهنية العالمية في مجال المراجعة الداخلية، ويمنحها المعهد الدولي للمراجعين الداخليين باعتبارها المرجع الأعلى للمعايير والمؤسسات أو الممارسات المهنية. نحييهم تحية أخرى عشان تصير الصفة أجمل كذا. تكتسب شهادة CIA مكانة خاصة داخل المملكة العربية السعودية، حيث تعد معياراً معتمداً لدى الجهات الحكومية والشركات الكبرى لقياس مستوى الكفاءة المهنية في إدارات المراجعة الداخلية، كما تعزز فرص الترقي الوظيفي وتعد دليلاً على الالتزام بأعلى المعايير الدولية. تمتاز الشهادة أيضاً حضورنا الكريم بأنها تمنح أصحابها ميزة تنافسية قوية، وتعكس مستوى عالي من المصداقية والخبرة، تفتح أمامهم فرص واسعة في سوق العمل السعودي الذي يشهد توسعاً كبيراً في مجالات الحوكمة والالتزام وإدارة المخاطر، كل ذلك انسجاماً مع توجهات رؤية المملكة 2030 نحو رفع كفاءة القطاعين العام والخاص وتحسين جودة الأداء المؤسسي. ألف مبروك لكم هذا التميز وهذا النجاح. حضورنا الكريم، بهذه اللقاءات تبنى المعايير، تصقل المهارات، وتتقدم المهنة نحو أدوار أكثر تأثيراً في منظومة العمل الوطني. شكراً لمعالي رئيس الديوان العام للمحاسبة رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة الدكتور حسام بن عبد المحسن العنقري وأصحاب المعالي والسعادة، وشكراً لكم أنتم أيضاً حضورنا الكريم الرائع على حسن الاستماع والتفاعل، ونتطلع سوياً إلى فصل جديد من العمل لمستقبل هذا القطاع الحيوي. شكراً جزيلاً لكم. حضورنا الكريم، أهلاً وسهلاً بكم مرة أخرى، وراح نستكمل الآن برنامج أجندة المؤتمر السنوي للمراجعة الداخلية. المتحدث القادم حضورنا الكريم سيقدم لنا عرض أو برزنتيشن بعنوان حالة المهنة، تصور جديد للمخاطر، ويناقش خلالها واقع المهنة واتجاهات المخاطر المتغيرة. إنه السيد أنتوني بولييزي، الرئيس والمدير التنفيذي للمعهد الدولي للمراجعين الداخليين. اسمحوا لي أن أقدمه الآن باللغة الإنجليزية. He is the president and the CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors, the IIA. Mr. Anthony brings more than 35 years of experience, during which he had held several leadership roles and oversaw major transformations in cultural standards. He's one of the most notable achievements in leading the Internal Audit Vision 2030 project, which aims to explore the future of this profession and to set a roadmap to reach that vision. He also holds several professional certifications, including CPA, CGMA, CITP, and the CIA. Together, let's welcome Mr. Anthony Poliese to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having us here. Before I get started, I would like to thank His Excellency Dr. Al-Angari and Abdullah Al-Shabeli for the invite for us to be here. I'm here with a number of colleagues from the United States, and we're very excited to be here. And I also wanted to mention, and you may not know this, but the IIA is a federation. We operate legally as a federation, and we have 119 countries, member countries in our federation. And as of the end of this year, I'm fast forwarding a couple of weeks, Saudi Arabia will become one of the top 5 out of 119 national institutes around the world in terms of size, governance, and a number of other factors, revenue and a few more. So we're very excited about that. And in case you also didn't know, this venue will be hosting our 2027 International Conference for IIA. The first time we've held a conference in Saudi Arabia, so we're very excited about that, especially after seeing this incredible stage and screen. So today I would like to talk to you about something I think all of us are quite aware of, and that's how risk is beginning to change the profession. And this is a global thing. So I'm going to present a lot of data, and you are more than welcome to have the deck that I show, because there's going to be more data than I can possibly cover. So let me get started and give you an idea of some of the things that we've been noticing at IIA Global. And this is based all on a lot of research and a lot of other borrowed research that you'll see in the slides. So I would like to explain the risk landscape and also give you an idea of how internal audit's role is not just changing, but I would say dramatically changing as it relates to risk. And also give you an idea, as you probably well know, the way technology is affecting the way we look at and analyze risk. And then I'll give you a little bit of an overview of what we're doing at IIA Global to make sure the profession is ready for that opportunity. And I do position it as an opportunity. And I'd love to know your thoughts after I'm finished on what you think of some of the things I mentioned. So the risk landscape. Some of the things you see on this slide, this is based on what we call our risk and focus study. This is a global study. It was done and finished a couple of months ago, probably in October. And you can get an idea by looking at this, at what some of the risks are as ranked by chief audit executives around the world. And this is a composite view. And if you look here, you can get a trend from 2023 to the current and get an idea of where we're seeing changes in risk. And you might notice cybersecurity is number 1, and it has been for 21 years in a row. As long as we've been doing this study, cyber's come to the top of the list. And some of the other items are new. Digital disruption, which is inclusive of artificial intelligence, is ranked second as one of the most pervasive risks that chief audit executives are worried about. Not always what they're looking at, but what they're worried about. Business resilience has been on there probably since the pandemic. Human capital, regulatory change is new, and of course, geopolitical and macroeconomic uncertainty certainly accelerated in today's climate. The red side or the orange bar is showing the increase, the blue bars are showing the decrease. So you get an idea of what's really changed. And some of the other items on here have gone down in importance. And what I also think is really interesting in this study is nowhere on this list do you see one of the things that I think we do quite well and are quite well known for, and that's looking at internal controls over financial reporting. Nowhere listed as one of the major risks. So if you were to look at that same analysis by region, and you can see how we divide our regions around the world, we also have regional bodies that work with IIA to help us manage almost 120 nations around the world, and we put them into groups. And if you can look on here, we really see some stark similarities. There's really not notable differences unless you look at some of the items that'll be noticed in Europe and Latin America as it relates to business resilience. Now, the reason I think that is not ranked as high is because they have been looking at that based on European law for a long time. So interesting to see that. We really don't see a difference, but we still see AI as number 2 most disruptive, one of the most disruptive risks that we have out in the profession. If we were to then look at where are auditors putting most of their work, the audit priority trend versus where our CAEs identified the risk, a little bit of a difference, but cyber still comes in at number 1. But you'll notice what's probably interesting is digital disruption, including AI, even though it was ranked as the number 2 risk by CAEs, the amount of work being put on it, if you go down to that second red line, you'll notice it's not being looked at, not because our members and internal auditors around the world don't see the importance, they clearly do, but due to size constraints, resource constraints, or just simply no charter from an audit committee to look at AI, we're not seeing a lot of work done on it, which is a huge opportunity if we choose to accept it. So a lot of other data on this slide that I think is interesting. Also, I mentioned geopolitical risk, macroeconomic risk, also coming to the bottom of the list almost at what CAEs are actually looking at, and that's probably because the risk is so new. Probably since January of this year, that became one of the biggest risks that we've been looking at. And I don't need to tell you all the things going on in the world that's probably driving that. But that's one of the things we're focusing on, is helping members understand the things that can be done to better analyze geopolitical risk and respond appropriately. So interesting, I don't know if this matches up what a lot of you are looking at, but based on the data for the Middle East, I would say it probably is. If you were to then compare the two together and look on the left-hand side, those are the risks that were identified in our risk and focus study. And on the right-hand side, you can see the matching area where work is being done. And it gives you an idea a little bit, again, that digital disruption and human capital. Now, human capital, just to define that quickly, isn't just looking at internal audit. It's an internal auditor looking at whether their organization has the right talent to take care of all the risks that are happening, including artificial intelligence. So clearly demonstrates a bit of a shortage, but the profession is becoming more and more adept at actually auditing human capital and giving input on that, something we're working on now to provide guidance. So a little bit of an analysis of risk, and again, you don't see a whole lot in here on internal controls over financial reporting, except on number 2 on cybersecurity, but not ranked high in risk. So a lot of the work still being done by internal audit is by necessity being done in areas where risk is not as high. And I say by necessity because that's still the charter a lot of internal audit teams are given by audit committees, boards, and management. So a nice backdrop to some of the risks that we're looking at globally. Now, if we were to think about risk in today's environment, we really think of it more as interconnected. And we may not have thought of that in the same way in the past. Now, I was a CAE for 13 years, and when I looked at risk, I have to admit, I don't always remember looking at all the different connections it could have to just about everything else you can think of the way it does today. So risk is interconnected. Cybersecurity, reputation, AI, automation, all those have very pervasive risks, not the topic itself, but what it does to a corporation in its entirety. And if you look at what we've been doing in the past, a lot more around compliance, financial controls, and operational risks. Still doing that, but it's just our structures are changing a lot. Now, this gentleman is obviously quite afraid. This is an EY study. This is their global risk study. It's about 1.5 years old, and you can see by looking at this, we actually align quite well in terms of what CAEs are saying they're worried about and what people in the boardroom are saying they're worried about. But interestingly, human capital, or as it's called in this EY study, talent, comes to the top of the list. Reputation is second, and reputation is a byproduct of a lot of other things that our CAEs did identify. Think of a cyber breach, and think what a cyber breach can do to reputation, or think of what maybe faulty reporting on sustainability can do to the reputation of an organization. So connected, but looked at in a little bit of a different way, and then we see that geopolitical tension, regulation, and again, digital disruption in the top 5 of what our stakeholders are most worried about at any given time. So I also like to look at other sources of risk, meaning what do other groups think about when they worry about risk. So we look to the World Economic Forum. If you're not familiar, the World Economic Forum is based in Switzerland, in Geneva, and it's a think tank. And it's actually a very profound think tank in terms of who is participating in it. Business leaders, politicians, legislators, regulators, academics, the very large pool of professionals, and very, very solid data. You get an idea of what their concerns are. Now, if this list showed the top 20, you would see a lot of blue on here. Blue would represent financial risk. So a few years ago, when we were seeing interest rates going up and down, and we were seeing risks of a global recession or even a global depression, you saw a lot of blue in this chart. But now all of a sudden, you can see we're squarely looking at mainly ESG and technology risks as the top 10 by the World Economic Forum. And I think misinformation and disinformation is probably one of the most interesting to me, because that falls right in the bailiwick of what internal auditors are looking at and what people expect us to be finding. So an interesting way to look at it. Another way to look at it, this is the Edelman Trust Barometer, another great research study that was done. And it's simply showing that all this risk and a company's ability to respond to it and report on it is becoming so important that we're literally seeing trust beginning to decline in organizations. So this is NGOs, which would be not-for-profits that are not governmental, and 58% trust, which means 42% of the public do not trust NGOs. And then we see the other on the corporate side, where we have 39% of people don't trust what they're hearing from an organization. And of course, our profession is founded on trust. An opportunity in all of this. And you can get an idea of looking from left to right, which countries we see the concerns in around the world. Nigeria, Kenya, India being on the left side is the highest. So it's almost as though we need to start thinking of risk in the old iceberg example, right? I always think of the Titanic. You can't see what's underneath the water, but that's where the vast majority of the risk is sitting. In this case, 90% of risk is areas where we're not traditionally accustomed to looking at, responding to, and reporting on, whether it's an advisory or an assurance engagement. So another way to look at it and think about it. And the last bullet, we have to challenge assumptions and update thresholds on how we look at risk and all the emerging risks. They're simply becoming different and different. And I mentioned interconnected risk. So to follow that again, just as a quick example, tariffs would have been the best example, but since I'm an American, I decided not to use that one. But if you look at the first one, first order risk, you see this example of supply risk. You no longer can access the raw materials or goods you need to produce whatever it is you're producing, or you don't have the talent if you're a professional service organization. Second order risk now is that you're going to have financial risk coming out of trying to find new suppliers, but also you're going to have other risks, such as, does your new supplier have adequate cyber controls, going back to the number one concern of cybersecurity, something you have to assess very rapidly. And then the last one, and I'm not mentioning everything on this slide, we see strategic and structural risk, because if you can't find that supplier, you've got a problem that might include going concern issues in today's climate. So risks are extremely interconnected. And I'll give you some examples of how we're seeing that manifest in certain areas in a moment. So resilience has become one of the top issues that we're looking at, that our members are looking at, and that is really defined as how is an organization positioned and what is its culture to respond effectively to risk. And that's from the top all the way down. Are employees empowered? Are they aware? Are they educated? Are they being trained? And does management give them the authority to act on the risks that they have found? Or do they have the permission to report the risks to the right people without fear or concern about it? So it's becoming one of the most important things. And fostering cultures of trust, agility, and learning is what we're looking at. And we do have a topical requirement that will be coming out on this topic for exposure in a little while. So we hope you can take a look at that and give us feedback. So our role is changing. And we began to see some of this data surface in the 2035 research. We call it Vision 2035. If you haven't had a chance to look at that research, it's available for free to anybody. If you want to access it on our website, I believe it's on the website here in KSA, take a look at it, because then there is an executive summary if you're not someone that likes to look at volumes of data, and a summary that shows what our findings were. But what we did notice is we still have a very traditional role in many parts of the world, not so much in the Middle East or in the United States or in most of Europe, but in other parts of the world, we are still on the left-hand side. We are serving a very traditional role. Nothing wrong with that. It just doesn't recognize the changes that are occurring to risk. And now we are seeing across the world a shift, maybe slower than I would like to see it happen, but a shift into becoming far more dynamic and proactive in how we look at risk and how we respond to risk and how we report on risk to both management and to other stakeholders, the board, audit committees, et cetera. So changing, and then when we start looking in the future, and this is where I think the real punchline of this is, we discovered that 71% of chief audit executives, and this is a statistically valid study, meaning you can extrapolate these results across the planet, 71% have second-line functions reporting directly to the CAE. So that's a dramatic shift from just 10 years ago. And we had only heard about this change sort of anecdotally. And I think it really started to become pervasive in Europe, mainly Western Europe and the United States. We started to see, and in the Middle East, a lot of these functions directly reporting to the CAE. And I'll mention what that does to the three lines model in a moment. And this is a market change. This isn't something the IIA did. I'd love to take credit for it, because you could always look at this as negative in the sense that somebody did not make a decision for our internal audit functions to report into the risk function, but rather the other way around. And there's a lot of interesting data on why that happened. But to give you the simple story, when I ask board members, why did you make that change? The answer is deceptively simple. They say it's easier. So in a world where we've got too much complexity, we're seeing our stakeholders turn to us, not just to manage internal audit, but to manage risk, fraud, and compliance. But we're going to focus a little bit more on risk in this presentation. So our job with risk, and I'm going to be very clear about this, I forgot to mention this in a presentation I gave in Greece, and I had a whole line of people come up to tell me that I was wrong, and I forgot the slide. But we only report on it. We simply illuminate. We shine a spotlight on it. Well, if this slide was working, this raccoon would have a blinking light to show what we do. But here are the things that we do. And these are very traditional and very in line with what we as a profession are good at doing. Advising, facilitating, providing insight, looking at culture, auditing effectiveness of governance. And that's a big one, especially when you start thinking about artificial intelligence, and reporting independently on all of that to management and the board. So a very big shift in the profession, and one that I would have to say again that I see as quite positive. Not everyone agrees with me, because it is a blurring of the three lines model, but to me it's demonstrating the value of internal audit is being seen clearer and clearer as we progress into this new era. So I like to think of it more as a strategic co-pilot position that internal auditors are being put in. You know, I'll liken it to, a co-pilot on an airplane, right? They don't really fly the plane. You hope not anyway. But if they're asked to, they know how, and they know what to do. So we are the strategic co-pilots. We know the risks. We know where they are. Probably, I would say, better than almost anyone else in an organization, we're more aware of the risks and how they affect other parts of the organization. because our profession does have the unique advantage of systems awareness. When something happens in one part of a company, we can understand quickly, better than most, how it can affect other parts of the company outside of where we may have found the risk. So we deliver assurance. We shift from being reactive to risk to being proactive, meaning we advise on the risk and what can be done to mitigate it. Never own it, but we are playing a very valuable role doing this. And if you start to think about why, and this is just illustrative, it's because we possess the right skill sets, and that's being seen. So this is a very traditional look at what, in the burgundy bubble, you can see what we're kind of known for, our let's call it our baseline skills. And on the right side, in the blue, you see what an enterprise risk management function is skilled at doing. And in the middle, you can see where the two come together. And that's why we are doing so much more. And I would argue that more of that blue bubble belongs in the middle. For example, we know how to identify emerging risks, but it's not in the middle. So a lot of the skills that are needed to do that are already possessed by internal auditors. So dramatic shift, a dramatic change occurring, and for good reason, because our profession knows what to do. I mentioned earlier that stronger enterprise risk management is very dependent on culture. Culture is no longer an intangible asset. It's no longer simply looking at whether an organization is a great place to work, a good place to work with a good culture, with good benefits. All those things are very important, but it doesn't get down to how you address risk. And again, culture around risk has become the most imperative measurement that we're making as a profession to let management and other stakeholders know whether or not we're prepared to help them with that, and where the cultural problems lie. And it's interesting, I'm sure all of you know that when you've looked in an organization, the ones you work for, you know the teams where you think that there's probably issues, and you know the teams where you probably think there are not issues. And you have that knowledge in your head, but very rarely in the past have we been asked to report on that or bring that information forward to management and an audit committee. We've typically only given what we've been asked to provide versus giving some of the other data that we find during the work we do all the time. So culture on risk. And that's the role we're beginning to play more and more, which I would also say is a very value-add and high-level function. I mentioned earlier the nature of interconnected risk, and I'll just pause on that for a moment. And this is but one example of how interconnected risk can manifest. So think about the comment I made earlier about having to shift suppliers very quickly, as was done in the pandemic, and you move to a new organization, and you have a new cyber infrastructure that is now connected most of the time to your organization's cyber infrastructure, whether it's inventory or whatever other things are being shared. Since the pandemic, since 2020, we have seen 300% increase in cyber attacks occurring on some of the smallest suppliers to an organization. So they have figured out the most effective way to break in is to find the weakest link in all the suppliers that you use. And think about the volume of organizations that you use. The bigger you are, the more you probably have. And all those present a new risk with 300% increase in the number of cyber attacks, not directed directly at the organization, but through another entry point. So that's alarming. So as you start looking at internal controls outside of the organization or third-party risks, which we also have a topical requirement on, keep that in mind about where we're seeing that change. And this is coming from a Marsh report that was produced just this year. So good data to have and a good example if you think about how things are changing. So climate risk is another new one. And I think this is very interesting. We're seeing a shift here as well. So 56% of businesses fear business interruptions resulting from climate change. And one of the things that I was concerned about back in January was a deprioritization of ESG occurring in the United States. But what really happened, and there was, but it was really more on the reporting side of ESG, the sustainability reporting, carbon emissions, and all the other reports that we've become very accustomed to providing. The shift that was made, not just in the United States, but around the world, is does an organization have a plan in place for climate risk? Not whether or not it's handling climate well, but the risk presented by climate change. The great example, I live in the state of Florida in the US, and in that state, if you do not have a hurricane recovery plan, you are at a significant disadvantage because once one is on its way, it's already way too late to prepare. If you live in the state of California, if you don't have a recovery plan around wildfires or earthquakes or drought, you have a problem. If you're in Europe and you're dealing with significant heat waves year over year over year, and you're in a tourism business, you've got a risk that you need to identify and mitigate as quickly as possible. That's what's changing with climate issues. And it's not meant to deprioritize the importance of ESG reporting, but rather the shift of how organizations are beginning to look at it. I'm going to move past this slide. So I mentioned the 3 lines model, and it's clearly becoming blurred. With second line functions reporting into third line, we have to pause and think about what does that mean to our model. And this is a time-tested, true model that has propelled us forward in many instances. We use this model everywhere, especially when we do advocacy work, and I'll talk about that later. But it is blurring. We don't have a clear idea yet of how this model might be impacted, meaning, do we need to change it? So we have undertaken a very significant project to not move too quickly on that because it needs to really stand the test of time if we modify it. But we are looking at that now through a creation of a new committee of the IIA. And this is unique for us. We don't always set up committees, and there's a difference when we say committee. It means it's freestanding, meaning it doesn't go away. The committee is meant to be permanent until further notice. And you can see the reason we put all these names on here is to give you an idea of just how many people around the world are participating on this committee to help us better understand not just the 3 lines model, but exactly what is happening when risk reports to a CAE. And by that I mean, is the CAE using risk professionals to do internal audit work? Is he using internal auditors to do risk work? Is he using them for both? He or she using them for both? Or is there another model? And where exactly do our members need assistance if they've been asked to do this? So all of that is new to us, and you can see by the representation we have every region in the world represented, some more than one, to help us understand. This is chaired by our former global chair, Sally Ann Pitt from Australia, and it has made significant headway. 3 lines model will be examined by this committee, as well as all the senior committees of the IIA coming together to provide insight on what needs to change, including our standards board, our certifications board, and all the other senior committees at our global level. So more to come on that. So stay tuned for what might be changing or not changing. So I think there probably will be an analysis and some kind of modification just to reflect what's happening. Because it doesn't stand the test if you're showing an audit committee a 3 lines model that clearly shows risk doesn't report to internal audit, and that's what they want to do. So I'm going to shift now into technology and technology's role in this changing environment. And in our Vision 2035 study, and this isn't a surprise, but we found that a large number of people agree that disinformation and misinformation will emerge as a top risk in the future. And you saw that on the World Economic Forum slide as well. So our CAEs and other professionals that did our vision research with us, that included board members, including audit committee members, it included members of senior management, C-suite executives, it included academics, et cetera, and certainly all of our members, with a focus on CAEs. 78% agree there is a risk that their organization will rely too heavily on new technology. So those worries are good, but at the rate things are changing, there needs to be more than worry, right? There needs to be action. There needs to be plans put in place on how we would cover it. And one of the things that we always like to remind all professionals in our profession is that you don't have to chase. There's an expression, if I may use it, I don't know how this translates, but it's you don't have to follow every bright bouncing silver ball, meaning there's a new technology, and all of a sudden you're worried about what it's going to do to your organization. So one of the tools that we like to promote, and we don't get paid to promote this is something I've used for a long time, is something called Gartner, is a research organization in the US based in the state of Connecticut, and they put out hype cycles. And the hype cycles are very unique. They have them for each technology type, and then they have a macro one for all technology. So if you look on this side that says innovation trigger, that simply means someone has invented something that is gaining traction and the market is paying attention. But most of those hit what's called a trough of disillusionment, meaning if they don't get past that, then they go nowhere and they just simply fizzle out. So you have to look at where things are going as they go up that slope of enlightenment, and look at cloud services. A few years ago, that would have been at the very top of the peak of inflated expectations, and that's when I would have started looking at it. I don't know if you all remember 5 or 10 years ago, people were saying, you can't audit anything in the cloud. Well, you can, and now we have AI running in a cloud environment. So a lot of changes, but if you get a chance, if this ever feels overwhelming, this is a good thing to look at. And by the way, I don't think I could name definitions for half of the things that are on that slope of enlightenment. I could probably back into it, but world models, I don't really know what that is. I need to research it more, nor do I need to know, because it's a new technology that has yet proven in the marketplace. So disruption is here. This is now looking at the LexisNexis report, Future of Work 2025, and this is a more positive slide. This is not looking at what internal auditors think. This is what most people are thinking within an organization, C-suite typically, about technology, including AI. As you can see here, everybody's curious about it. 85% are excited about its potential. 83% have expressed a willingness to apply it in a substantial way in the organizations they work for. 82% are open to adopting new technology or products. Great number. However, only 14% of organizations globally have actually substantiated a major change in their business model using AI. Now, we all use it in some ways. I mean, IIA uses it. We use it for translation. We use it to help us write exam questions. We use it to help us do a lot of things. But has it fundamentally shifted our entire business model? Not yet. We're on the 86% side. But what that does mean is 86% of companies stand to benefit from the help of an internal auditor advising on aspects of implementing AI. And probably the most obvious place to start would be in the area of AI governance. And governance is just what it sounds like. Are you thinking about how AI should be implemented? And are the right controls in place? And is management and boards and audit committees thinking about more than just the profit and efficiency and cost savings that AI brings, but are they looking at the risk? So one of the things, and this is just an example, I pulled this one out because it was easy for me to understand. This is the RSM model. I think there's one for almost every major service provider, every major consulting firm out there. But this is really looking at it in sort of more plain English, the things that you can look at as an internal auditor and then advise on those results to management and other stakeholders. So interesting, there are models. And I'd be remiss in not mentioning that we have at IIA, free to all members, an AI knowledge center that includes an AI auditing framework that was developed by help from Aramco. For anyone here from Aramco that might have worked on that, thank you. But also Meta and a lot of other large organizations shared with us their IP on how their internal audit teams look at AI. So that's a valuable resource, and we keep it updated. And then finally on AI, keep in mind that AI is becoming very quickly also a compliance issue. I'm sure some of you have dealt with sort of, I'll call it a headache, although as a consumer, I completely agree with the EU AI Act if I were looking at it coldly. But as an organization trying to comply with it, it's very difficult. But you can see now all of these things, I won't go through all of them, some level of legislation, regulation, or in the United States, sort of a free-for-all, which is actually even more disruptive if you don't have something to go by. So if you're doing business in any of the countries mentioned on this slide, Europe and in the US, the state of California has its own AI laws, the state of New York has its own AI laws, and if your business is extended, those two states, as an example, or any of the countries listed on here, you have now a patchwork of AI compliance issues to deal with. Hopefully that will improve over time. Hopefully the European model will have some level of traction with other governments. So something else about AI, and again, it may sound like a lot of work. I believe it's positioning the profession extremely positively to provide the right input to management. Now, the future of internal audit, the last section of this presentation. And this is just giving an idea, and I hate to say I'm patting the IIA on our own back, but I will for a moment, to give you an idea of the initiatives that we're accomplishing now to make sure we're ready for a lot of this. So one of the things that we did find out when we did Vision 2035 is that we do know the profession will be very different in 10 years' time. So the purpose of this research was to try to synthesize as many points of input as we could to predict what the profession might look like 10 years from now, and then take steps to make sure we accelerated the things that we felt were positive and modified or stopped or changed the things that we thought were negative or not promoting the profession in a positive way. So 89% of respondents agreed that we will be seeing a very different profession in 10 years. And that was meant, I think, in a very positive way, unless we're not ready for it. So some of the things that we did in response to that, I don't have to get into the global internal audit standards. I hope everybody knows exactly what's in those. If you're a member, you probably received 10,000 emails on that, and hopefully you were able to look at each and every one of them. Our standards were designed to stand the test of time as best they could by putting everything in what we would call plain English format that's easily understood by audit committees, boards, and management as compared to our previous standards, and also include in here a lot of different things around technology and what was required in terms of documentation and reporting and communicating with audit committees, management, and boards. So that was one of the things that we did. We also have our topical requirements, and for those that aren't familiar with topical requirements, when you decide, and only if you decide, that you wish to issue an assurance level opinion on any of the topics in green for now, you must follow those baseline procedures. It's more of a principles-based than a rules-based document. For example, the cybersecurity one is literally 3.5 pages long. There's a lot more guidance behind that. But it's something like pick a framework, make sure management and the board agrees with your pick of the framework, and then follow and audit using the framework. There's more to it than that, but my point is it's bringing consistency to how our profession looks at risky topics that could have a profound impact if we don't do the work adequately. And probably not an issue in this region of the world, but in some parts of the world, through our quality review process, we were noting that we would have considered a lot of assurance level opinions to be subpar. And now this brings everybody up to a baseline. In parts of the world like Europe, they exceed our cybersecurity requirement many times over due to law. But cybersecurity, third party, organizational behavior, and organizational resilience I mentioned before. So take a look at those. 2 of those are out in final form, the first 2. The third one is about to be finalized, and the 4th one on resilience is now out for public exposure. And we'd love to get your comments on that. The other ones in black on the right-hand side are simply what might be next. And this is decided not by management of IIA, but by our members on a group called our Global Guidance Council, which reports into our International Standards Board, and then they develop the guidance accordingly. So members prioritizing and writing the research, the documents for us. Another thing that we put out, and I'm very happy that it was greeted with a lot of positive reception, is a competency framework. And this is something we haven't done in the past, but this competency framework is actually very helpful. And for the first time, you're going to hear a presentation later by Jess Rogers and another few folks on her panel, but we're looking at emotional intelligence or human intelligence or soft skills, however you want to define that, as being critical to the success of internal audit as we move into the future. Let's say as we fast forward to 2035, those skills will be more paramount to us than they ever have been. Why? Because we need to explain a lot of complex topics in a simple to understand format to a lot of different people. So take a look at that. This will also become an automated tool early next year. Before the end of the first quarter, you'll be able to go in, and if you're a first-year internal auditor and you want to become a CAE, It'll guide you down that track, or if you simply want to improve your skills as a first-year auditor, it'll do that as well and tell you the kind of education you need to take to get there. Now, we also know that we have a shortage of talent in our profession, and it's become worse because about 60% of our members have an accounting background. They hold degrees in accounting, they've worked in accounting, they hold professional certifications like chartered accountant, CPA, et cetera, but we're suffering a pipeline issue. And the way that we're going to solve that is we're going to have a global effort to attract students into our profession using different tools and resources that will be attractive to that population. Probably not to me, but to a 22-year-old or a 21-year-old, to make them interested in a profession that can look very daunting and technical at first glance. And by the way, the number one issue that we found in our vision research is that we suffer as a profession from lack of knowledge. People don't know what we do, and we need to solve for that, especially with talent that we can mint right out of colleges and universities. So I won't go through all of these. I will point out the Professional Resource Hub. That will become live next year in the first quarter or beginning of the second quarter of next year. It is designed, if you want to say to a student, go here and look at what's available for internal audit. If you're an academic and you want to teach it in your class, all those tools will become available to whoever wants to access them. And again, we're going to try to make them really targeted toward the people we're trying to attract. So use of humor and use of other methods to pull people in will be utilized. I was told by one of our ad agencies that the fact that I didn't like some of the work was a good sign, because I'm obviously not 22. But more to come on that. Now, we also have changed our internal audit IIA academic approach. You may remember we had a program called IAEP, Internal Audit Education Partnership. That doesn't really roll off the tongue, nor was it very inclusive of universities that simply wanted to become more and more familiar before they committed to a higher level. So right now we have 5 levels of our academic alliance. If you'd like to know more on that, if you work at a college or university, by all means let us know. But it provides resources free of charge to allow colleges to begin offering what we hope will become a trend, and that is internal audit degrees. And they are actually offered in countries like South Africa, China, where you can even get a PhD in internal audit. So very, very impressive. And we have a member of our board here that just visited China and was able to see firsthand how incredible those programs have been developed. Thank you, Bailey, for that. Another thing that we've been working on, again, addressing perception issues, but also trying to modify how the profession is utilized, is our advocacy programs. Advocacy is best described as us being present when our profession is being discussed by others, or being present when it isn't being discussed but should be. And we have a variety of mechanisms to do that, and certainly it deals with legislation and regulation, but it also deals with a lot of other things. We have global programs. We have programs focused on the United States and Europe and Canada. The United States and Europe, because they tend to have a trickle-down effect to other economies around the world. But more to come on that. We have an initiative in Africa, and also one that I'm really excited about, and that's on corporate boards, to make sure board members are aware of what internal auditors can do. And that's one of the areas in our Vision 2035 research. We realized that most board members quickly put us squarely in the realm of internal controls over financial reporting, and that's it. So we need to expand their knowledge of what we do. And one of the things we're very excited about is the launch of our new Global Audit Committee Center. We tried so many names, and we went for the most simple one to understand. Global Audit Committee Center is just that, a resource that explains to audit committee members what they can expect from an internal auditor, explaining our standards, explaining our certifications, explaining the kinds of skills our members have, and what they can do and how they can be utilized, and much more. And we're proud that Abdullah Al-Shabeli is going to serve as the first chair of that initiative, and it will launch officially in Washington, D.C. next month. So we're very excited about that, and you'll see a lot of different things coming out of it. So more to come. I hope you'll tune into it. And again, it is a global initiative, not limited to any part of the world. I don't need to mention our certifications because we had a big award earlier. Our certifications are the best way for us to proliferate what internal audit can do. It is a flagship of who we are. Just like if you're an accountant and you don't have a CPA, that can be a problem. We want to have a world where if you're an internal auditor, you feel like you need to get this credential because it demonstrates the depth of knowledge you hold, and because we constantly update the content or the body of knowledge to reflect what the profession is doing at any given point in time. We also have an internal audit practitioner credential, which is an entry level, and we have, of course, our certification in risk management assurance, which is undergoing a massive change to reflect the changing nature of ERM, the whole subject matter of this presentation. And then quality assurance, I'm going to move past this in the interest of time. And then just overall, if there's anything you remember, risks are interconnected. They're interconnected and they're changing constantly. We have to evolve from oversight to more strategic guidance, back to that co-pilot model. Cultural trust and integrity are becoming core to the work we do in risk. Collaboration across silos is becoming more and more important, and probably what has led to internal audit leading a lot of second-line functions. And then technology. It's not always a negative thing, it's also an opportunity. So that's it for me. If you'd like to learn more about this, please connect on LinkedIn. That's what I post about this and about everything else IIA is up to. But thank you for your time, your attention, and I hope I was able to give you something you didn't know about. So thank you very much.
Mr. Anthony, we have a trophy just to sign and a gesture for appreciation. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for such an insightful, rich, and informative keynote, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Anthony, let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. حضورنا الكريم، سنقوم الآن بتجهيز المسرح للفقرة القادمة وسنستكمل برنامجنا بعد دقائق معدودة. Kindly remain on your seats. We're going to prepare the stage for the upcoming segment. Kindly don't leave your seat. Thank you very much.
الحضور الكرام، ستبدأ الفقرة التالية بعد لحظات. يرجى التفضل بالجلوس. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about to start. Please take your seats. الحضور الكرام، ستبدأ الفقرة التالية بعد لحظات. يرجى التفضل بالجلوس. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about to start. Please take your seats.
مع تزايد اعتماد الذكاء الاصطناعي في عمليات صنع القرار حضورنا الكريم، يتعين على المراجعين الداخليين تقييم المخاطر الأخلاقية المرتبطة به. نتحدث مثلاً عن التحيز الخوارزمي، نقص الشفافية، وضعف المساءلة إلى جانب قضايا الخصوصية والسلامة والأثر الاجتماعي. ويتناول هذا الموضوع هياكل الحوكمة، تقييم المخاطر، الضوابط الخاصة بمخاطر النماذج، حوكمة البيانات، قابلية التفسير والإشراف البشري لضمان استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بطريقة موثوقة ومسؤولة. هذا هو عنوان موضوع جلستنا القادمة، الأخلاقيات في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي. ويسرنا أن ندعو متحدثي الجلسة للصعود على خشبة المسرح، وسنحييهم تحية جماعية بعد ذكر كامل الأسماء. الأستاذ خالد الجندان، المدير التنفيذي للمراجعة الداخلية بتجمع الشرقية الصحي. الأستاذ سعد المطيري، مدير عام إدارة تدقيقات قطاع التنقيب والإنتاج في شركة أرامكو السعودية. والأستاذة ريما الصغير، مدير إدارة البنية المؤسسية في الديوان العام للمحاسبة. والأستاذ أندرو كينيدي، المسؤول الدولي في شركة بروتيفيتي لحلول المراجعة الداخلية وخدمات رؤساء وحدات المراجعة الداخلية. ومدير الجلسة الأستاذ فيصل المريخي، مدير مراجعة داخلية في STC. نحييهم تحية كبيرة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في هذه الجلسة بعنوان الأخلاقيات في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي، كشف المخاطر الخفية. اليوم الذكاء الاصطناعي لم يعد مجرد تقنية مستقبلية، بل أصبح جزء من قراراتنا وأعمالنا اليومية، وهذا بلا شك يفتح أمامنا فرص كبيرة، ولكن في المقابل يجعلنا نطرح بعض التساؤلات حول المخاطر الخاصة بالخصوصية، العدالة، المسؤولية، ودور المراجعة الداخلية والحوكمة في إدارة هذه المخاطر. سنحاول معاً أن نناقش هذه الأسئلة بطريقة عملية، ونربط بين الجانب التقني والجانب الأخلاقي والرقابي. وفي نهاية الجلسة سيكون هناك إذا سمح الوقت مجال لطرح الأسئلة والمداخلات. فنبدأ بالمحور الأول والمتعلق بالمخاطر الجديدة المرتبطة بالذكاء الاصطناعي، وكيف غيرت شكل المخاطر التقليدية في المؤسسات. أستاذ خالد، كيف يمكن أن يؤدي الاعتماد المتزايد على أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي في العديد من القطاعات إلى ظهور مخاطر جديدة وغير متوقعة؟
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء. في ظل انتشار استخدامات الذكاء الصناعي بالرغم من فوائده في تحسين القرارات والسرعة، إلا أنه يحمل معه العديد من المخاطر إذا لم يستخدم بمسؤولية. يمكن الاستعراض أهم تلك المخاطر. فمثلا هناك مخاطر مرتبطة بانتهاك الخصوصية، فكلنا نعرف أن الذكاء الصناعي يقوم بجمع وتحليل بيانات ضخمة جدا، مما يعرضه إلى خطر التسريب أو إلى سوء استخدام بدون إذن، مما يؤدي ذلك إلى مساءلة قانونية للمنظمات أو هدر مالي كبير. وهذا بالفعل ما حدث في سنة 2024 عندما تعرضت شركة ميتا الأمريكية، وهي شركة الأم للفيسبوك والإنستغرام وكذلك الواتساب والماسنجر، تعرضت إلى غرامات كبيرة وخصوصا في أوروبا، نتيجة لنقل بيانات مستخدمين، لنقل بيانات مستخدمين دون الحصول على الموافقة النهائية أو دون الحصول على الموافقة الكاملة منهم، مما أدى إلى انتهاك تلك الخصوصية وأدى إلى الأمان الشخصي لتلك المعلومات، بالإضافة إلى مخاطر الأمن السيبراني اللي تؤدي إلى استهداف أنظمة الذكاء الصناعي وخصوصا فيما يخص الهجمات الإلكترونية أو بالوضع اللي هي تذليل العقبات في موضوع الهجمات الإلكترونية. ولدينا مثل في هذه الحالة عندما قام أيضا في سنة 2023 تم استخدام تقنية تزييف عميقة في تغريد المحتلين، قاموا بتزييف عميقة لخداع الموظفين فيما يخص تزييف صوت المدير المالي في شركة أرب البريطانية في هونغ كونغ. تم تحويل مبلغ 25 مليون دولار إلى حسابهم الخاص نتيجة هذا الاحتيال، بالإضافة إلى المخاطر الناشئة في المسؤولية القانونية إذا حصل خطأ أو إذا حصل ضرر في النظام الذكي، من يتحمل المسؤولية؟ أو بعبارة أخرى إذا حصل خطأ في النظام الذكي من نحاسب؟ هل نحاسب الجهة المشغلة أم الجهة المطورة أم إدارة النظام؟ وهذا بالفعل سؤال قانوني وأخلاقي كبير يؤدي إلى صراعات قانونية وكذلك إلى فقدان ثقة العملاء. وهذا ما حدث بالفعل في عام بالتحديد في أغسطس 2024 في ولاية تكساس الأمريكية، عندما تعرض مايكل شيهان إلى حادث مأساوي أدى إلى حياته، وكان يمتلك سيارة من نوع سايبر تراك من شركة تسلا. نتيجة إلى ذلك أقاموا أهل المتوفي برفع دعوى قضائية ضد شركة تسلا بتهمة القتل الخطأ، ولا زالت القضية جارية حتى يومنا هذا، إضافة إلى مخاطر فقدان الوظائف. الأتمتة والاستبدال الإلكتروني أدى إلى تقليص العديد من الوظائف في بعض الإدارات وبعض الجهات، وأدى أيضا إلى تغيير جذري لطبيعة الأعمال. وهذا ما حصل بالفعل في اليابان في محطات القطارات بالتحديد، عندما تم استبدال الموظفين بأنظمة ذكاء اصطناعي تخص خدمة العملاء والتذاكر وتدوير الجداول. أما الخطر الأخير فهو الخطر الخاص بالتحيز أو التمييز. كما نعلم أن الذكاء الصناعي يتدرب أو يتعلم من البيانات، فإذا كانت البيانات الأصلية متحيزة سيتخذ بناء عليها قرارات غير عادلة وغير منصفة، لذلك التحيز. وبالفعل في سنة 2024 هناك مثل واقعي عندما أظهرت دراسة لأدوات الذكاء التوليدية مثل ميد جورني تحيز ضد النساء وبعض الفئات الأقلية وبعض الفئات القبلية. نتيجة ذلك التحيز أدى إلى عدم ظهور قرارات غير منصفة وغير عادلة لهذه الفئات.
شكرا أستاذ خالد، شكرا على رسم خريطة واضحة لأنواع الجديدة للمخاطر الناشئة عن استخدام تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. الآن ننتقل من سؤال عن المخاطر إلى كيف نتعامل معها أخلاقيا دون أن نتوقف عن الابتكار. أستاذ ريم، من منظور البنية المؤسسية كيف يمكن موازنة الابتكار والأخلاقيات في استخدامات الذكاء الاصطناعي داخل الجهة؟ وهل فعلا الأخلاقيات تشكل عائق أمام الابتكار أم أنها شرط أساسي لنجاحه واستدامته؟
في البداية يعطيك العافية فيصل، وأحب أشكر القائمين على هذا المؤتمر. سعيدة جدا بتواجدي معكم اليوم. يمكن لو نرجع لسؤالك كيف نقدر اليوم نوازن بين الابتكار والأخلاقيات، يعني من منظور بنية مؤسسية احنا نشوف أن الابتكار ليس عائقا عفوا الأخلاقيات ليس عائقا أمام الابتكار، بل بالعكس يعني هو شيء أساسي لتطوير أي حل تقني إذا كنا نستهدف أن الحل هذا يكون ناجح ومقبول ومستدام داخل الجهة. هالشيء طبعاً ينسجم مع التوجهات الوطنية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي، وكذلك يتوافق مع أخلاقيات مبادئ الذكاء الاصطناعي اليوم، هالأخلاقيات وهالمبادئ وهالمعايير قاعدة تشكل لنا إطار مرجعي تضمن أن الابتكار يتم في بيئة منظمة، وبلا شك بالتالي تحترم الخصوصية وتدعم الشفافية وتبني الثقة مع أصحاب المصلحة. يمكن ودي أشير إلى تجربتنا في الديوان العام للمحاسبة اليوم من خلال منهجية تبعناها اللي هي منهجية المصنع الرقمي. حولنا هالمبادئ إلى ممارسة عمل. كيف؟ من خلال أنه المصنع الرقمي هو إطار عمل متكامل، تحويل الأفكار إلى منتجات رقمية ذات أثر عالي. فبالتالي أصبحت الأخلاقيات جزء من التصميم نفسه، وليس يعني شيء مكمل أو إلحاقي يأتي بشكل منفصل. وهذا شيء اللي هو secure and ethical by design، مما أنتج لنا اليوم منصات موثوقة ومسؤولة يعني بطبيعتها، وليست منصات فعالة رقميا فقط.
يعطيك العافية أستاذ ريم. وبصراحة يعني الكل يعني كمراجعين داخليين والحضور، جهود الديوان العام للمحاسبة في الديجيتال ترانسفورميشن واضحة للجميع كجهاز حكومي رقابي، فشكرا لكم وشكرا لجميع منسوبي الديوان. لعلي أنتقل الآن لمحور يتعلق في المراجعين الداخليين بشكل أكبر، وهو يتعلق بالشفافية واتخاذ القرار. أستاذ سعد، كيف يمكن للمراجع الداخلي أن يطمئن أن هناك شفافية كافية في أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي داخل الجهة؟
السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. كم أنا سعيد حقيقة بلقاء هذه الكوكبة المتميزة في مجال المراجعة الداخلية من إخواننا وأخواتنا، وأشكر حقيقة الجمعية الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين على جهودهم في هذا المؤتمر. بادئ ذي بدء، بالنسبة للشفافية الآن في عالم الذكاء الاصطناعي وما يشهده العالم الآن من ثورة في هذا المجال، فالشفافية تعتبر من أهم المبادئ التي يجب على المراجع الداخلي عندما يراجع أي أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي في منشأته، أن يتأكد أن هناك شفافية واضحة لا لبس فيها. فلا بد أن يتأكد من البيانات المدخلة أن تكون ذات موثوقية، هذه مهمة، لأن كما يقال garbage in garbage out، يعني الريسك العالي هو في البدايات في المدخلات، لا بد أن تكون المدخلات موثوقة ومراجعة بشكل صحيح والمصدر من أين أتت. كذلك عند اتخاذ القرارات الآن لا بد أن يكون هناك إجراءات واضحة في المنشأة عند استعداد عمل أي أنظمة ذكاء اصطناعي، يعني لا يترك فقط لاجتهادات شخصية، أو أن يقول هناك مثلا هذه من المتعارف عليه، أو أن يكون هناك حتى بعض الأحيان قد أنت لا تعمل داخل المنشأة في تجهيز أو تطوير هذا أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي، قد أنت حصلت عليها من الخارج واشتريتها، فلا بد تكون الجهة التي أنت اشتريت منها هذا النظام موثوقة ومتأكد منها. فالشفافية تعتبر من المخاطر الكثيرة الآن التي يعني يدور عليها الكثير من الحديث. أضف إلى تعقيدات أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي. أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي لا يخفى عليكم ليست كلها بنفس التعقيد، فيعني عندما يكون هناك ما يسمى بالديب ليرنينج وبعض الأنظمة التي فيها كثير من التعقيدات والخوارزميات، ليس من السهولة أن تعرف بداخلها كيف اتخاذ القرار، كيف تم اتخاذ القرارات في هذه أنظمة الذكاء الصناعي. فلا بد أن يكون المسؤولون عن مراجعة هذه سواء العاملين عليها أو من جهة المراجعة الداخلية ناس متخصصين في هذا المجال ولديهم الخبرات التقنية للتأكد من وإيضاح بعض الغموض في بعض تعقيدات الأنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي.
شكرا أستاذ سعد. Andrew, we see that automated decision making often creates real ethical dilemmas, especially when organizations push for more speed and efficiency. So can you talk about ethical considerations with the use of AI and areas where internal audit can focus their attention to help organizations make safe and effective use of AI systems consistent with regulatory requirements and other standards and principles?
Thank you, Faisal. And like the other panelists, it's my honor to be here A huge thanks to the Saudi Authority for Internal Audit, and congratulations on putting on such an impressive conference with so many leaders in the profession from the kingdom and beyond. So I think, AI promises both speed and scale, but without the application of strong ethics, it also risks eroding trust, and that will, slow down the momentum that many of us are trying to gain and take forward. And there's a few points that I maybe want to make in response to the question. One, about finding balance. Two, about human involvement and impact. Evolving standards that we're seeing now globally related to AI, and internal audit's role, last but not least. With respect to balance, it's really kind of a case of determining and making a decision at the organizational level between certain objectives. So, for example, accuracy and fairness. And these are ethical decisions for the most part. Speed and oversight. How fast do we want to move versus how much do we want to control and govern? Scale and consent. And there are standards, rules, laws, regulations that kind of apply across all of those. There are some other discussions and panels that will get more into human aspects. Mr. Pugliese kind of mentioned this in his presentation and pulled from a couple of IIA studies. But human oversight, human input, human oversight, the application of strongly developed human skill sets, I think is going to be even more important in the AI era than we have seen to this point. And these are going to be skills that can't be replaced or cannot be automated by systems, at least not yet. Returning to kind of ethics, I think that the human aspect really reinforces the need for what's now being referred to as human in the loop or human on the loop. And those are distinct but similar concepts. Human in the loop is more direct involvement and intervention in the AI lifecycle, where a human individual is providing kind of approval for continued processing by the AI system. Human on the loop, think of that as more kind of oversight and monitoring, with the option to intervene, but not the requirement to do that. So those are terms that we will continue to hear and reinforce. And from an internal audit standpoint, it's critical for internal auditors to be determining whether the organizations have built in by design the right level of human input and oversight. I mentioned a whole range of standards, frameworks, regulations, the Saudi Data and AI Authority, the PDPL, the EU AI Act, which was mentioned in the previous presentation. The National Institutes of Standards and Technology has their AI risk management framework, and there are more, including the IAA's AI auditing framework, which again, Anthony kind of mentioned in his presentation. So there are no shortage of framework standards established and evolving that organizations and internal audit functions can and should refer back to when performing their work. I want to mention really briefly, and then I'll kind of conclude my remarks, one ethical consideration that probably doesn't get, or hasn't to this point been sufficiently examined, is the impact on workforce disruption. And I think a role that internal audit can and should be playing is asking those challenging questions of the organization around how are we evaluating the potential impact on the workforce from AI. Is our workforce AI ready, and is our organization AI resilient? So those are kind of two questions that internal audit functions should be kind of challenging and asking, and looking at kind of our learning and development programs. Are we upskilling our team members, our workforce? Are we reskilling our workforce? Are we building a future-ready organization that has the skills necessary to kind of operate in the AI era? Just a couple of closing remarks on this section. Ethical considerations have to be built in by design and throughout the AI lifecycle. Risk assessments of AI systems are now becoming standard and are really important in particular a focus on the decisions that AI systems may make that impact people. An ethical impact assessment is kind of an emerging tool that's being used. Who is impacted? What are the foreseeable harms? What are mitigation activities that we can plan for? And then what are options to escalate or appeal AI-driven decisions that may, again, impact people? So I think across all of that, internal audit is uniquely positioned to help assure the right level of governance, ethics, and oversight, and the right level of human involvement throughout kind of AI systems.
Thank you, Andrew. If I can maybe sum up the remarks you mentioned, if we say balance is the key word in some of the remarks, would that be accurate?
Balance is a good summary, a good one-word summary, yes.
Yeah, it has to be one word.
Thanks, Faisal.
Thank you. أستاذ سعد، ننتقل إلى محور آخر، والسؤال هو عن المساءلة أو الأكاونتابيلتي. في أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي الأكاونتابيلتي، كيف يمكن للمراجع الداخلي أن يطمئن أن هناك مساءلة حقيقية بحيث لا نختبئ يعني وراء بعض العبارات مثل النظام قرر ولا هذه نتيجة التولز اللي نستخدمها؟
حقيقة مبدأ المساءلة ولا كما يذكر بالاكاونتابيلتي أقرب له ترجمة هي المساءلة بدلا من المسؤولية، ولكن المساءلة تتم لابد من وجود صلاحيات واضحة ومسؤوليات محددة من المسؤول عند تطوير أي نظام ذكاء اصطناعي في المنشأة، حتى ما تكون مثل ما نقول عندنا بالعامية الطاسة تضيع. لابد أن تحدد لمن مسؤول، سواء من الناس اللي ديفلوبد أو طوروا النظام، اليوزر، المانجمنت، البورد، جميع الثري لاين اوف ديفنس في المنشأة يجب أن تحدد مسؤولياتها عند تطوير أو عندما تطبيق الأنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي. يعني عندما تطبق الآن، مثال بسيط، الآن العالم جميع يواجهه عندما الآن في الأنظمة القيادة الذاتية، عندما في أي مكان في العالم عندما يكون هناك عندك نظام قيادة ذاتية وسيارة تمشي في الطريق وصار هناك دمج اكسيدنت وصار في هارم لصمون، لشخص تأثر، صار حادث وصار هناك ضرر جسيم على أشخاص، هناك بشر تضرروا. طيب من المسؤول؟ هل المسؤول هو من طور النظام؟ هل المسؤول هو من استخدم النظام؟ هل المسؤول هو المنظمة التي باعت النظام؟ فلا بد إذا لم يكن هذا نظام حوكمة واضح من هو المسؤول عن هذا، فلن يكون هناك مساءلة حقيقية، كما نقول يضيع دمه بين القبائل. لا بد أن يكون هناك مساءلة واضحة في أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي، وهنا يفعل دور المراجعة الداخلية. دور المراجعة الداخلية عندما تراجع هذه الأنظمة ترى ما هي المساءلة، هل هناك بوليسي بروسيجرز ريسبونسبيلتي واضحة، مسؤوليات واضحة لكل قطاع في المنشأة من عمل على هذا النظام، أم لا فقط ركزنا على البروجرامر والديفلوبر، بينما مثلا والله البورد ما دنت منشن، لم يتم الإشارة إلى أي شيء من أعضاء مجلس الإدارة، ولم يتم الإشارة للسي او للشركة، ولم يتم الإشارة للإكزيكتيف مانجمنت، فقط خلوها على الصغار. لا، يجب أن يكون أنظمة واضحة وأن نكون شفافين نحن كذلك فيها حتى تكون نستفيد من هذه الأنظمة، وعندما يحدث خطأ في تطبيق هذه الأنظمة نعرف من المسؤول. وكذلك هناك نقطة مهمة، أن يكون عندما تحدث أن يكون هناك في فيدباك، لما تحدث هناك أخطاء أن كيف نصلحها ومن المسؤول عن هذه التعديلات، لأن هذه حقيقة عندك أهم معيارين، المعايير كلها مهمة وأهم مبادئ في الأخلاقيات، لكن الشفافية والمساءلة من مثل ما أقول لك المحاور المهمة والرئيسية في مبادئ الذكاء الاصطناعي، ويجب على الجميع، ليس فقط المراجع الداخلي ولكن جميع من يعمل على أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي، خصوصا هذه الأيام. يعني الناس المهتمين في هذا المجال التقنيين قبل الاي تي انفايرمنت قبل 20 سنة غير الآن، والذكاء الاصطناعي الآن الأنظمة، وهذا التحدي الكبير أن هناك أنظمة معقدة الكثير منا لا يعرف، حتى من المهتمين بهذا الشأن لا يعرف كيف تم اتخاذ القرار في هذا النظام. تجي يقول لك والله يعني يبسطون المسألة فقط على السطح، لا، يجب أن هناك دبث وتعميق. إذا لم نعرف اتخاذ القرارات في هذه الأنظمة كيف تتم فلا يمكن أن يكون هناك مساءلة أو شفافية.
يعطيك العافية أستاذ سعد. Andrew, I want to get back to you because I want to build on that accountability point Mr. Saad just mentioned. In addition to ethical considerations we have discussed earlier, there are also potentially heightened risks related to data integrity and bias. What are some of the key challenges in these areas, and what can internal audit do to help?
Yes, so I mentioned in my response to the first question that AI offers opportunities for speed and scale, for insights and efficiency, but it also offers opportunity for speed and scale related to risks. So I'll cover a few points that risk scaling and amplification. I want to talk about kind of the power of effective prompting of generative AI solutions, integrity and bias kind of considerations and challenges, and then answer the question about kind of what internal audit can do. I think it's probably fairly obvious that AI-generated insights are only as good as the data that sits behind them, but also the prompts that create the outputs. And internal audit's got a key role there around helping ensure integrity, fairness, and trust. The Vision 2035, the IAA Vision 2035 publication, mentioned misinformation, disinformation, and an over-reliance on technology being key concerns and risk areas, and I think they are extremely applicable in the AI, the artificial intelligence space. Data integrity is not a new risk. It's a legacy risk in many ways, but it is now scaled and amplified through the use of AI systems. So poor data quality, either reference data or training data, hugely increases the risk of flawed or erroneous outputs. Unverified sources and poorly constructed prompts increase the risk of AI hallucinations. That's another new term in the AI era, where the AI system imagines up an answer and fabricates a response. And then any bias that might be introduced in either the training data or prompting, that needs to be rigorously evaluated and monitored for. I've mentioned prompting a couple of times, so I just want to spend just a moment talking about that. That's the method of interacting with generative AI solutions, the way in which you ask questions, and it's fast becoming a critical skill set. And I would say for all of the internal audit teams in the room, that's perhaps the must-learn and must-advance skill of the next year. It will hugely improve our ability to interact efficiently and effectively with AI systems, but also reduce the risk of output integrity and bias issues through our effective prompting. And there are a whole series of techniques that you can use to optimize the efficiency and effectiveness of your interactions with the systems. So sort of integrity risks, I mentioned hallucinations. That's just a fabricated fact set that the AI system will come back with. Source misattribution, where the AI system will cite a source that is either incorrect or did not exist. Outdated or fabricated references, these things are common. There was some recent news coming from Canada of an organization that issued a report to a government agency, and upon further inspection, it was revealed that several of the citations in the report were fabricated and did not exist. So this is like a real issue. It was related to a health-oriented department of the government, so it's important in the sense that it's people's health, well-being, and lives at stake potentially. And then leakage of sensitive information is kind of another risk. Bias risks, I mean, they exist throughout the entire life cycle, from skewed training data and the introduction of historical bias into the data set, sample bias in the training set, where you're looking at a subset of a population and training the system on on that. Algorithmic bias, where you're optimizing it for accuracy over fairness, for example, like we talked about earlier, getting that balance not quite right. Prompt-induced bias, where the way in which you're asking the question, the sources that you're citing introduce an element of bias. Cultural context, so cultural context bias, so you have a global data set that might not appreciate the local considerations, be those cultural, business practices, so on and so forth. So again, there are a whole load of bias, risks, and opportunities to fall down throughout the life cycle. I think that kind of reinforces again the need for human in the loop, human on the loop, and human involvement kind of throughout. And you know, just to kind of maybe some closing comments. Data quality and integrity checks should be integrated throughout the entire AI design, deployment, and use lifecycle. Bias detection practices should equally be established and integrated into the use of AI systems. These are all areas that internal audit can and should be asking good questions about. Data integrity and bias considerations incorporated into that ethical impact assessment that I mentioned earlier. And again, I think internal audit is just extremely well positioned to be asking the right questions at the right times as an organization is adopting and making use of AI systems to flag instances where there's a level of risk that is not unacceptable to the organization.
I think the note came in, at an awkward time. Thank you, Andrew, for the excellent remarks. Very briefly, for our last, points, ودنا نعرف كيف يتحول الذكاء الاصطناعي من مصدر قلق إلى أداة تمكين. فأستاذ ريم، كيف يمكن الذكاء الاصطناعي أن يدعم المراجعين الداخليين في كشف المخاطر الخفية؟ لعلنا يعني we are short on time يمكن.
طيب يعطيك العافية فيصل، وسؤال جميل. كيف اليوم نقدر نستفيد من حالات واليوز كيسز الخاصة بالاي اي في كشف المخاطر الخفية؟ طبعا لا يخفى علينا جميعا اليوم احنا نتواجد في بيئات تزايد فيها البيانات وتتعقد العمليات، فبالتالي اصبح الكشف عن العينات لم يعد يعني كافي للمراجع الداخلي للكشف عن المخاطر الخفية. كيف نقدر ننتقل اليوم من الكشف عن العينات إلى أن يكون الفحص بشكل أشمل؟ يمكن ودي أسلط الضوء على منظومة المراجعة الرقمية، منصة شامل اليوم في الديوان العام للمحاسبة، فيها بحيرة بيانات مركزية وفيها تحليلات متقدمة تضمن الانتقال من فحص العينات إلى فحص أشمل، فبالتالي تعزز ثقة المراجع بالمخرجات والتقارير المراجعة الخاصة فيه، وتقلل من احتمالية تغافل بعض المخاطر الجوهرية. أيضاً من اليوز كيسز اللي ممكن تستخدم اليوم وتدعم المراجع الداخلي اللي هي التنبؤ بالمخاطر الخفية. نقدر اليوم نستفيد من عدد من التقنيات اللي موجودة زي البريدكتيف أناليتكس، الماشين ليرنينج مودلز، في الإشارة إلى المخاطر بشكل مبكر حتى نتفاداها. يمكن اليوم أيضاً الأعمال الروتينية، يمكن هذا شيء مو بس حصرياً على المراجع الداخلي، لا أشوف كل الوظائف اليوم تقدر تستخدم أو يعني تنقل الأكتيفيتيز أو المهام الدورية اللي تصير وتستهلك وقت كبير إلى المراجع الذكاء الاصطناعي، بحيث أن المراجع الداخلي يدقق على موضوع التحليل والتوصيات. يعني مع وجود كل هالأدوات وهاليوز كيسز اللي موجودة اليوم، نشوف أن صراحة دور المراجع الداخلي تجاوز موضوع التحقق من امتثال والالتزام، لا أصبح دوره استراتيجي أكثر، يقدم انسايتس مبنية على بيانات تدعم متخذي القرار. وهنا نشير إلى أهمية أن المراجع الداخلي اليوم يبني مهارات في البيانات وفي التقنيات الرقمية الجديدة، طبعاً مع الأخذ بعين الاعتبار الاستكمال على موضوع المعايير المهنية والأخلاقية بلا شك.
يعطيك العافية أستاذة ريم. أستاذ خالد، ممكن نختم معك في تقديم بعض الحلول الممكنة. فما هي أهم الطرق أو الممارسات اللي تمكن المؤسسات من تعزيز استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل مسؤول مع تقليل المخاطر دون التأثير سلباً على الابتكار؟
شكراً أستاذ فيصل على السؤال. طبعاً الذكاء الاصطناعي يقدم إمكانيات كبيرة لتحسين الحياة وأداء الأعمال. والحلول التي سيتم التطرق لها تساعدنا في استخدامه بطريقة آمنة ومسؤولة لضمان تحقيق أفضل النتائج والوصول إلى الأهداف المرجوة. وهناك مثلا الحلول الخاصة بالحد من انتهاك الخصوصية، الحد من انتهاك التحيز، هناك لابد من إجراء اختبارات دورية للتأكد من عدم وجود تحيز في الخوارزميات المستخدمة، بالإضافة إلى استخدام بيانات تدريب تكون شاملة ومتنوعة، والإضافة إلى تطبيق آليات مراجعة مستمرة لتحسين النماذج لضمان العدالة. أما ما يخص الحلول الممكنة للحد من مخاطر انتهاك الخصوصية، فلا بد من تطبيق سياسات صارمة لإدارة البيانات، إضافة إلى استخدام تقنية معقدة مثل التعتيم والتشفير، بالإضافة إلى التحليل النتائج المهمة فيما يخص، أو بالمعنى الأصح هو التقليل من البيانات الحساسة، من جمع البيانات الحساسة أو استخدامها أقل ما يمكن. أما ما يخص الحلول الممكنة للأمن السبرالي، فلا بد من إجراء تجارب أمان للأنظمة الذكية، اختبارات أمان للأنظمة الذكية، بالإضافة إلى استخدام أنظمة مراقبة متقدمة ومستمرة لتحليل السلوكيات الشاذة، بالإضافة إلى التحديث الدوري للبرمجيات. هناك حلول أيضاً للمسؤولية القانونية، وهي لابد من وضع تشريعات واضحة لتحديد المسؤوليات، لضمان مساءلة الأطراف المعنية في ذلك. وهذا اللي حصل بالضبط في الخطر اللي ذكرناه بالمثل في شركة تسلا، بالإضافة إلى توثيق جميع الأنظمة والقرارات التي يتخذها النظام الذكي. وثالثاً لابد من توفير سياسة للتظلم لضمان الشفافية والعدالة. أما ما يخص فقدان الوظائف، الحلول الممكنة لها لابد من تشجيع الموظفين إلى اكتساب مهارات جديدة ومستمرة لمواكبة التطورات، أو إعطاء الموظفين أدوار إشرافية للأنظمة الجديدة بدلاً من استبدالهم، بالإضافة إلى الاستثمار في القطاعات أو المجالات الناشئة التي تحتاج فعلاً خبرات بشرية في الإدارات والعمليات.
شكراً، الله يعطيك العافية أستاذ خالد. ممكن في نهاية هذه الجلسة أنا ودي أطلب من الجميع إذا كان في رسالة يعني في خلال 20 أو 30 ثانية تلخص موضوعنا اليوم كتيك أواي، ممكن نوت. وراح أبدأ. I'll start with you, Andrew. Keynote in 20 seconds.
I think it's a very exciting time. I think it's going to be, dynamic is a word that's used, but the pace of change will be faster than we've ever experienced. And I think there's just a critical role that we as a profession and as practitioners can play in that to help find the right balance for our organizations between speed, ethics, and safety. And I think it's a critical role that we'll play over this coming period.
Thanks, Andrew. أستاذ سعد.
حقيقة أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي الآن، إذا كان هناك من شيء وجهه للجميع بما فيهم نفسي، أنا أنصح نفسي أولاً. أنا متأكد أن الكثير منا ليسوا IT auditors، قد يكون business finance متخصصات مختلفة، ولكن الذكاء الاصطناعي هذه الأيام هي موجة يجب أن نركبها جميعاً. وهناك حقيقة البروسيجرز وإجراءات تساعد اللي ما هم مهتمين في هذا أو مش متخصصين في هذا. سدايا أصدرت حقيقة ستاندر جميل عن مبادئ أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. أنصح الجميع بقراءته، اللي مش أكيد اللي مهتمين في هذا المجال قرأوا واطلع عليه. الشيء الثاني، هناك الانستيتيوت National Institute of Standard and Technology. هذا one of the top institute في اليونايتد ستيتس. issued أصدر كذلك AI Risk Management Framework. هذا بعد ممتاز للاطلاع عليه ليأخذ الواحد فكرة عن. ولكن مرة أخرى الذكاء الاصطناعي هي موجة أنا أنصح الجميع حتى لو ما كان متخصص أن يطلع عليها، لأني كما نقول في المثل العربي الوقت كالسيف إن لم تقطعه قطعك. فالذكاء الاصطناعي هو موجة إن لم تركبها ركبتنا جميعا. وشكرا.
انهبت رياحك فاغتنمها ممكن بعد. الله يعطيك العافية أستاذ سعد. أستاذ خالد تفضل.
الذكاء الصناعي أداة قوية، لكن بدون متابعة بشرية مستمرة وحوكمة جيدة ومراجعة داخلية يقظة سيتحول من ميزة تنافسية إلى مصدر خطير.
شكرا لك أستاذ خالد. أستاذ ريم.
الأخلاقيات زي ما قلنا هي شرط أساسي لنجاح أي حل تقني، وكل ما دمجنا الذكاء الاصطناعي في أعمال الحوكمة والمراجعة أصبحت الجهات قادرة على رصد المخاطر، تحقيق قيمة مستدامة ودعم اتخاذ القرار بلا شك.
شكرا لك. شكرا لكم جميعا. شكرا للحضور. الذكاء الاصطناعي فعلا فرصة هائلة، لكنها أيضا مسؤولية كبيرة. فدور الحوكمة والمراجعة الداخلية والأخلاقيات هو أن يضمن أن هذه الفرص تتحول إلى قيمة مستدامة لا إلى مخاطر خفية. يعطيكم العافية.
شكرا جزيلا للمتحدثين الكرام ومدير الجلسة الأستاذ فيصل على هذا الحوار الثري. ندعوكم للبقاء على المسرح ضيوفنا الكرام متحدثينا، رجاء نبقى على المسرح. نود أن نقدم لكم درع تذكاري تثمينا لهذه المشاركة الثرية. شكرا جزيلا لكم. نقوم بأخذ صورة تذكارية. نحييهم مرة أخرى. شكرا جزيلا لكم. حضورنا الكريم، سنستكمل برنامج المؤتمر السنوي للمراجعة الداخلية بعد استراحة الغداء. نعود للقاعة الساعة 3 عصراً بإذن الله. حضورنا الكريم، سنستكمل برنامج المؤتمر السنوي للمراجعة الداخلية 2025، والذي يأتي هذه السنة تحت شعار فصل جديد، حيث يناقش الأستاذ محمد الجعفري مدير مراجعة إدارة الاستراتيجية والتطوير المؤسسي وتدقيق الصفقات في شركة أرامكو السعودية أبرز الجوانب الرقابية المرتبطة بصفقات الاندماج والاستحواذ خلال عرض أو برزنتيشن. دعونا سوياً نرحب بالأستاذ محمد الجعفري.
الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم جميعا. قبل ما أبدأ أحب أشكر جميع منسوبين الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين على هذا التنظيم الرائع. مشكورين جزيل الشكر على الجمعة الطيبة، على تبادل المعلومات وثراء المعرفة. So thank you for being here. I'm really honored today to stand and present to you. I am going to make a major transactions feel less mysterious and more manageable. What I mean by major transactions are merger and acquisitions, joint ventures, and divestment. By the end, inshallah, you will know the upside of deals, the common pitfalls, and exactly how internal audit can help without losing independence and objectivity, which is very important priority that you must have. So before we start, please allow me to introduce myself very quickly. My name is Mohammed Al-Jafari. I'm currently the manager of strategy and corporate development and transactions audit at Saudi Aramco. I have over 20 years of experience in internal audit. I might look old, but inshallah I feel young. I have presented Saudi Aramco in many positions, and the most recent one before my current role is the chief auditor and head of corporate secretary in International Maritime Industries in Ras Al Khair. I also have some memberships in audit committees. So here is the plan. First, inshallah, I will set the stage by explaining why transactions matter, why companies get into transactions. Second, we will review some high profile for companies that got into transactions, known companies that were their transaction did not end up as expected or as planned. Third, we switch to internal audit role, our two hats, advisory and assurance, what each looks like, and how can we protect our objectivity. Finally, some key takeaways and practice tips to close. So why transaction matters? Before we look at public cases, let me shed some light on the bright side of merger and acquisition. Major transactions can create value when they are executed with discipline. Companies that regularly engage in well-structured deals often outperform those that only rely on internal growth. Also, companies that take a portfolio approach, which means buying and selling strategically, tend to deliver stronger long performance in future. Also, companies that have a clean and timely divestment, selling part of their business to avail cash and sharpen their focus to invest that cash or that capital in a better opportunity, also have a better opportunity in basically the performance there. And the biggest success factor is what? Is preparation and integration. Transaction teams that can help thoroughly, plan thoroughly, and execute integration well are the ones that normally win. In short, when done right, transactions can deliver significant value to the shareholders. Now, let's balance that with reality. Here is the tough news. Let's be honest, many big deals don't deliver what they promise with. They become sometimes very optimistic, and they don't basically account for the risk. We're talking about around 75% of the companies that get into merger and acquisition don't meet their goals. So why does this happen? First, plans are often too optimistic, as I mentioned. People expect the best case scenario, but they don't plan for the risk or the pitfalls. Second, no one from the transaction team takes clear ownership of making the pieces fit together after the deal, which means especially the integration, integrating the deal into your business. Another big reason
is the culture. There could be a clash in the culture when two companies with very different background, very different way of working together, it can create conflict and slow things down. Also, sometimes the price that you're paying is just too much, just too high. If the cost is too much to recover, it is really hard to create a real value. And finally, some people that they think the deal can fix an issue in your business, an internal issue in your business. But experience shows that it doesn't. You might even end up bringing another issue to your business. So this is where strong governance, honest challenge, and disciplined execution matter the most. They make the difference between a deal that struggles and one that truly delivers value. So if deals are risky, why do companies still do them? Let's answer that. Merger and acquisition often happen for few key reasons. First, companies look for scale. This means lowering costs by combining operations and sharing resources. For example, buying a company with access to a larger customer base can reduce fixed costs and make the business more efficient. Another common reason is a quick entry into a new market. If the company wants to grow in a major region, let's say here, Far East, that's China or India, acquiring an existing player over there often faster than and more effective than starting from scratch, trying to understand the new regulations and what the requirement of that country to establish a new business. Companies also use merger and acquisition to sharpen their focus. That means letting go parts of their business that they don't make so much profit and that does not deliver even a result. So by selling the non-core business or the non-core asset, they can free up resources to invest in areas that can have more potential and can create more value. Access to new technology and talent is another driver, especially in fast-moving industries like AI. Sometimes the fastest way to gain experience or innovation is just to acquire a company that has it already. Finally, the vertical integration is a key strategy for merger and acquisition. By bringing parts of the supply chain in-house, companies can improve product quality, reduce costs, and secure your supply. M&A is a very powerful tool that can speed up growth and strengthen a company's position. So internal audit plays a very important role in providing insight, but often it is not fully involved in the process, especially when deals happen either so fast or not very well structured. Now, it is very important to know why M&A carries so much weight and why involving internal audit is a key. Major transactions are treated with serious consideration by our board. They shape the company direction, and they are really hard to unwind. If a deal goes wrong, the hit to cash, time, and your reputation hurts and can set the business few years back. If a deal goes right, the strategy jumps forward by years. This is why we need clarity, evidence, and strong control around these decisions. So major decisions demand clear oversight. That's where internal audit can add real value. So what do we bring to the M&A table? Normally, the deal team focuses on the upside of the deal, potential growth, strategic fit, and value creation. But in the rush to close, risk can be overlooked. Internal audit brings independent objectivity by challenging assumptions to be more balanced. We also clarify key governance questions related to the policies and what decisions can the seller still make after closing the deal. We can assess readiness by reviewing integration plans and service agreements. We act as an early warning system, flagging risks to audit committee and ultimately to the board. We also can emphasize evidence and documentation, which are areas that can be overlooked in the heat of a deal. And we look beyond the numbers. We look at regulations, cultural, reputational, and people-related risks. In short, internal audit helps ensure the right deal is done the right way. So let's look at a few cases to see what can we learn. This is a quick story with a simple lesson. In 1998, Volkswagen was trying to buy Rolls-Royce Motors, which they were building Rolls-Royce and Bentley cars. Their engines, those cars were built by BMW. So what is the purpose of the deal? Volkswagen wanted to enter the luxury car market and offered £430 million to buy Rolls-Royce Motor. The offer was very lucrative and was hard to reject. Volkswagen thought they were getting everything, including the famous Rolls-Royce brand and logo. But here is a twist. While Volkswagen got the factory and the people, they did not get the actual Rolls-Royce brand name. That was already being sold to BMW. So Volkswagen has to change plans and just focus on Bentley cars. So the lesson is when making a deal, always check what you are really getting and what you are really paying for. Apparently, Volkswagen paid for both brands, but they ended up with only one. Internal audit can ask early questions and insist on documenting an answer of what really they want in the deal. Let's look at another example that has been in the media recently. In 2015, two big companies, food companies, Kraft and Heinz, decided to join forces for a transaction size about $46 billion. The idea was to cut costs, then reinvest in growth. What actually happened, the cost cut side worked so fine. They slashed the budget for advertising, new product development, and customer experience far more than what the market can handle. This made the brand lose its strength, and by 2019, there was around $15 billion impairment. The company then tried to simplify by divesting part of their business, and they sold the natural cheese business. And in 2025, they announced they would split, hoping that each company will focus better. Why did it fall short? The cost cut was very aggressive, impacting the brand image and customer relationship. Without a clear plan to reinvest the saving, the promised growth never materialized, despite very strong leadership. This is one of the deals that Warren Buffett was illustrating by himself. The takeaway is, saving alone don't create value. They have to be paired with a real accountable plan to reinvest in product, the brand, and the customer. Internal audit can ask three simple questions. What are the reinvestment plan? Who owns it? And how can we monitor the progress? Let's talk about an industry, an IT industry, a deal that took place in the IT industry. In 2011, HP decided to enter the business of software engineering. Sorry, the enterprise software. The idea was to buy a software company which would avail the technology and the growth engine HP were missing. The headline was clear. Pay a premium, get a new revenue stream, and shift your business. What actually happened? HP bought a UK software firm for around $11 billion, hoping to accelerate the shifting the business into enterprise software. Just within a year, HB announced a massive write-down of around $8.8 billion, citing accounting issues. However, the real story is that the revenue autonomy reported turned out to be overstated, and the accounting judgments behind those numbers were questionable. Why did the plan fall apart? The transaction team from HB doing the due diligence did not dig deep into the quality of the reported revenue. HB never asked about how sustainable the growth was. The focus was on the acquisition rather than on verifying the fundamentals. Again, the plan was simple. The reality was much different. The lesson: before you pay a premium, make sure that the revenue you are buying is real and that the accounting behind it is solid. If the growth is not durable, don't chase it. Internal audit can request independent data, do spot checks, and trace large deals end to end. Let's look at another case here. In early 2001, two of the biggest names in media, American Online and Time Warner, announced one of the biggest deals ever, a deal valued around $160 billion. The idea was to obtain the American Online more than 20 million customers and combine them with Time Warner premium TV, movies, and cable network to grow the high-speed internet service, cross-sell advertising, and become a one-stop shop for entertainment. Things went wrong so fast. The internet bubble collapsed. Advertising revenue declined, and even American Online subscriber sharply decreased. By 2002, the combined company posted around 99 billion losses, driven largely by goodwill write-downs. A few years later, Time Warner was forced to settle fraud charges for inflating online revenue and subscriber numbers, resulting in $300 million penalty and restated financial statements. Guess what happened to their reputation? Huge damage. And that caused the company to split by December 2009. So the takeaway is simple. A clear strategy is not enough when the numbers are not verified. Internal audit can add value by taking an independent look at valuation assumptions, checking the quality of ad revenue and subscriber data, and asking whether it makes sense to enter into a deal for a market that is already overvalued. Our last case today is about the Benz and Chrysler deal, which announced in 1998 and worth about $36 billion. The idea was to pair Mercedes' luxury and global reach with Chrysler's strong US base and experience, hoping they can capture billions in cost savings and synergies. The announcement framed the transaction as a partnership of equal, but the facts were different. Benz held the majority stake and headquarters stayed in Germany. In practice, Chrysler was operating more like a division rather than a partner. Simply, the two businesses failed to work together. The culture just did not click. The German operated with premium engineering, detailed focus mindset, while the US wanted speed and low-cost decisions. Because decisions rights were never clearly defined in the agreement, the German team ended up making all the decisions which slowed things down and caused high turnover in leaders. By 2007, Benz decided to sell more than 80% of Chrysler for only $7 billion. 2 years later, after the auto industry crisis. Chrysler filed for bankruptcy and never delivered the promised economics. Internal audit would have verified who actually controlled the new company. Also, the synergy assumptions could have been assessed and required a clear and written roles and responsibilities. After discussing these cases, now let's look at our role as internal audit and transaction in more details. So traditionally, as you all know, internal audit has two roles. We advise and also we provide assurance. Advisory means we give insight and challenge, but without an opinion. Assurance means we test evidence and provide a conclusion. Advisory is most useful before decisions are locked. Assurance is essential after the deal moves forward. We can do both well, as long as we protect independence and our objectivity. One of the things that we always struggle with in our role in internal audit when it comes to transactions is when do we get involved? Traditional assurance engagement always occurs once a deal has closed. Audits may highlight many issues, but they could have minimal value if the deal is already closed. Let's look at the HP example. The real value from internal audit would be highlighting the concerns around the revenues that's been overstated and reported by autonomy. Many believe that internal audit should be involved earlier. Let's be clear here. We are allowed to advise, but we must know that advisory is insight, is not approval. We don't make management decisions. We need to remain independent and objective. Under an advisory mandate, we can suggest the scope of the review, but it must be agreed with the client. Here is the main challenge. If we help too much, we can lose objectivity later. We should not provide approval. If we see an issue with evaluation, we cannot go beyond our role and advocate for a certain decision. Our job is simply to provide advice. The other issue is when you have a clean report. The deal team might use this as an approval of the transaction. Also, sometimes the deal team follows an audit suggestion. When it's time to audit, we have to be careful not to do an audit of our own work. Common threats are self-review, advocacy, familiarity, self-interest, and pressure. We name those threats and manage them openly. Let's talk about some strategies to manage this now. If we want to perform assurance where we have already performed an assurance, here are some suggestions that can keep us credible. We declare conflict and write clear scope that say advisory, no opinion. We also must keep a clean documentation trail for everything done. Another suggestion is rotating staff or add cooling off period before assurance is performed. We should also escalate disagreement early and keep information confidential. If we see an impairment to our objectivity and independence we cannot fix, we must disclose that immediately to the audit committee and adjust our plan. In my humble opinion, that's how we stay trusted and remain valued. We need to believe that independence is not just a feeling, it is a plan. Now I want to share with you what internal audit can offer. First, we need to be aware that each deal is unique and has its own time frame and challenge. So advisory review can perform a quick fact check, which is ideal for early screening, especially when time is a challenge. Another advisory can be more focused on top risk and to assess the identification and whether appropriate measures is being taken. Yet, a deep dive advisory is ideal to conduct a full review of the deal, including the strategy, assumption, the due diligence, and governance item. Internal audit can perform also the typical assurance when the deal is closed to review the control design and operation and provide a formal opinion. The other assurance audit is the baseline, where we can come after 2 to 3 years of closing the deal to assess the integration and the synergy realization. And in case management or the board has a specific concern, audit can perform a focused review to assess that concern and provide assurance on the part of the deal. So the art is choosing the right opinion, the right option for the right deal at the right time. So before we start any engagement, we need a risk assessment, which normally begins with the company strategy. We should also ask what is the business plan and what is the overall strategy direction, and which objective are the transaction support. So when we have many deals, you want to make sure that you assess each deal using your risk assessment framework. You should be able to evaluate the impact of each deal on the strategy to develop your priority list. Remember, the methodology is not one size fits all. It should be tailored to fit your organization, structure, and risk appetite. Here is an example of risk assessment matrix for transactions, just to give you an idea. Of course, the first thing we look at is the value. So the bigger the deal, the bigger the risk. Also, if the deal is related to some strategic goals and you have a controlling stake, that's also a criteria. If the industry is highly competitive or a new industry, we can also assess that. Remember, the timeline is also important. Most deals take about 1 to 2 years from start to finish. Anything outside that could be an indication. Other criteria can be reputation, brand exposure, and negative media attention. Such exercise should help identifying the final risk ranking. I also want to address the typical phase of any transaction, just quickly. The first stage is identifying the target and have non-binding agreement with initial valuation. Next is performing a due diligence on the target. At this stage, we do the best to estimate the valuation and establish the price range to come up with a potential bid price. Typically, an investment committee or higher approval authority would provide the final approval to make an offer. If accepted, then the deal is closed, and finally, the integration phase. This is just a quick phases of the deal process. So here is our role in internal audit as we shift from different stage. In screening and due diligence, we mostly advise asking better questions and checking evidence. As sign and close, we check readiness, policies and controls. During integration, we switch completely to assurance, testing design, and operating effectiveness. You hear concern that audit will slow down the process. Don't let that distract you from your goal. We have tools, we have mechanisms to manage this. Our goal is simple: protect value without impacting the process. Let's move on now to key takeaway and our impact on the transaction journey. Executing a deal is a long process. It takes time to become mature, but we need to take the first step. The involvement of the internal audit in major transaction will significantly enhance the decision-making process and strengthen the controls. This would lead to a higher success rate. So internal audit can be a game changer in the transaction process. Let me close my session with 3 points and a message. First, major transaction can create real value when they are done with discipline. Second, internal audit improves decisions when we are involved early and we protect objectivity and independence. Third, our work unlocks value. Our advice protects the business. The message, internal audit, belongs in the room during the transaction. We have a voice, and we have a lot to add. And who knows, maybe us asking the question early can prevent a mistake either right now or even in the future. Thank you so much.
شكرا لكم أستاذ محمد الجعفري على ما قدمتموه من عرض ثري. نود أن نقدم لكم درع كلفت التقدير والشكر لمشاركتكم القيمة في المؤتمر السنوي للمراجعة الداخلية. تحية للأستاذ محمد الجعفري. شكراً جزيلاً لكم. حضورنا الكريم، سنقوم الآن بتجهيز المنصة للجلسة الحوارية القادمة، وسنستكمل برنامجنا بعد دقائق معدودة. ابقوا معنا.
الحضور الكرام، ستبدأ الفقرة التالية بعد لحظات. يرجى التفضل بالجلوس. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about to start. Please take your seats.
حضورنا الكريم، جلستنا القادمة ستكون تحت عنوان فهم مستقبل المراجعة الداخلية. يتناول هذا الموضوع تطور المراجعة الداخلية في بيئة رقمية قائمة على البيانات والمخاطر كذلك، مع التركيز على المهارات الأساسية ومسارات التعلم واستراتيجيات تطوير المواهب. والهدف ماذا؟ الهدف هو بناء فريق مراجعة داخلية قوي ومستعد في الوقت ذاته للمستقبل. هذا الشيء يمكنه من تقديم رؤى سريعة مبنية على البيانات لضمان الأداء الأمثل في البيئات الرقمية. يسرني أن أدعو متحدثي هذه الجلسة للصعود على خشبة المسرح، وسنحييهم تحية جماعية بعد ذكر كامل الأسماء. الأستاذة بيلي وونغ، وهي عضو مجلس إدارة المعهد الدولي للمراجعين الداخليين. الأستاذ سعد الهملان، نائب الرئيس لمراجعة وحدات الأعمال في STC. الأستاذ خفير فلياتو، نائب الرئيس التنفيذي لعلاقات المعاهد والمسارات المهنية في المعهد الدولي للمراجعين الداخليين. والأستاذ متعب الخيطان، رئيس إدارة مراجعة المصرفية الشاملة في البنك الأهلي السعودي SMB. وتدير هذه الجلسة الحوارية الأستاذة هوازن الوقداني، وهي مدير أول للمراجعة الداخلية في تكنولوجيا المعلومات في شركة علم.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the forward-looking and essential discussion for the conference, Decoding the Future of Internal Audit, Redefining Skills Needed for the Future Workforce. We are standing at a critical turning point. The risks that truly define business value today, from digital transformation and generative AI to ESG reporting and organizational culture, are dynamic. Internal audit function can no longer afford to be seen merely as a control function. Our mandate is transforming. We must become strategic partners and agents of innovation. We are here to discuss how to build a resilient, future-ready team that delivers faster, data-informed insights and stronger assurance across technology-enabled environments. To navigate this transformation, we've brought together a truly distinguished and visionary panel who are driving change within their organizations and across the industry. Thank you all for being here. Our core challenge is simple. The skills that made an internal auditor successful yesterday will no longer be sufficient for success tomorrow. We need to bridge the talent gap. So let's start with the foundation, the individual auditor. Bailey, how can individual auditors strategically cultivate adaptability as a long-term asset against the rapid outdatedness of technical skills? Beyond training, what mindsets and behaviors will drive their career advancement into senior advisory and leadership roles over the next 5 to 7 years?
Thank you very much. Before I start answering questions, I just want to say thank you very much to His Excellency, Dr. Alan Gary, for the invite to come to beautiful RIA. This is second time for me this year. And also thank to Abdullah, my friend, as well, for the invitation. I think it's a great question. And also, myself, I worked both in private sector and also public sector, for government enterprise, and also governments as well. And also in the roles of Chief Internal Auditor, also Comptroller General as well. So I have seen many, many success stories of young internal auditors becomes a leader in the organization. And there are many areas in terms of supporting their successes. And if I can summarize, probably into top 5 areas will be as following. And number 1, I'm still gonna say technical skills. I understand technical skills is a foundational factor for many, many successes. And when I talk about technical skills, I'm probably gonna focus in 2 key ones here. Number 1 is related to internal control over financial reporting. I think you heard this morning from Anthony when he was talking about the top risks. ICFR is still one of the top risks. And also at a very recent event, I also heard from the speech from His Excellency Dr. Alan Gary as well. And he spoke about the importance of audit ICFR. And when I think about internal auditors, we play a very unique role, including supporting the external auditors when they audit our financial statements. So making sure we have robust financial systems, controls, and a process supporting the integrity of financial statements is very important. So I would say among many technical skills, continue to work on the ICFR one. The other technical skills I want to mention is about risk assessment. Again, building on what Anthony said this morning about extending our scope of knowledge and service, and I think risk management is very important. And then when I think about risk management and audit, I'm using the analogy of driving a car. I think many of you probably drive a car this morning coming to this location or being driven to it. And when I think about internal audit, it's like looking at a rear view mirror when you drive. So you look what has happened and you learn from those experiences. But just look at a rear view mirror, it's not gonna be driving yourself to the destination or driving your organization towards their visions and missions. It is also very important to look through the windshield. And to me, that is risk assessment. That is anticipating of emerging risks. And combining proactive risk assessment with robust internal audit, you can drive the vehicle to the destination, and you can drive your organization to successes. So that's number 1. And number 2, I'm probably gonna say is communication skills. Being an auditor, sometimes it can be a challenge to deliver difficult audit findings, tough audit recommendations to your auditees. And making sure you have strong communication skills to deliver those news is very important. And the third one I'm probably gonna mention is about relationship building. I know we are in the internal audit business, and some of our colleagues are in the sales business, in the marketing business, in the IT business. But I would argue it doesn't matter which profession you are in, we are all in the relationship building business. And making sure build that relationship with your audit clients. And when I say audit clients, I don't just mean management. In my opinion, one of your most important audit clients is the audit committee. Because as internal auditors, we have the responsibilities to support them appropriately discharge their accountability and responsibility. Making sure you build that strong relationship with your audit committee, with your board members is very important. And the fourth one I will say is open-mindedness. When you build up your career, I think a lot of times, myself included, we're very ambitious. We want to go from auditor to senior auditor to manager to senior manager, director, VP, chief internal auditor. I think that's a great way of doing it. But I would say be open-minded, open the scope of your career, thinking about moving in and out of the internal audit profession. And this way, you're not only ready for a leadership role, potentially in internal audit, you're ready for a leadership role in the organization. And the last point I want to make is be relentless optimistic. Again, we have a very important job. We also have very challenging job. And our work is not just about process controls, it's also about being a strategic advisor. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to walk at the area, and I saw your amazing history as a kingdom. And on the way leaving back to my hotel, I passed many postboards talking about the kingdom's vision 2030. And I think our role as internal auditors, we not only need to know what to do, how to do our work, but more importantly about the why, about the purpose of our work. So our work is not only elevating our career, our work is elevating our organizations, our countries to the future.
Beautifully said. Thank you, Bailey, for setting the stage on the mindset shift required. Building on that said, let's talk about the specific knowledge areas. The future relevance of internal audit hinges on its ability to provide assurance over risks that truly drive business value, including digital transformation, generative AI, ESG reporting, and organizational culture. Therefore, what are the top 3 emerging non-traditional competencies that the internal audit workforce must acquire over the next 3 to 5 years?
Thank you, Hawazin. Assalamu alaikum. First, I would like to thank Saudi Authority for Internal Auditor for arranging such a great event, a great conference to meet with each other and meet with other experts in this domain. And every year you raise the bar, mashallah, tabarakallah, in arranging such a conference. So thank you so much. Back to your question, Hawazin. In my opinion, of course, as an auditor, there are several references for any auditor that need to, from time to time, to go back to them and look at them and refresh what he needs to adjust and improve throughout his career. Of course, the IIA Vision 2035 is a good reference with some report in the statistics that was included. The new competency framework is another reference for internal auditor. I would categorize those skills into 3 categories. The first one is to be digital fluency and tech savvy. I think throughout the discussion during the day and for the next 3 to 5 years, this will gonna be one of the top skills that internal auditor would require to improve. One of the statistics that in the vision report is 96% of audit leaders believe their team must need technical expertise and improvement in their technical expertise. This is quite much, 96%. This includes, of course, data analytics as an example. It was to be good to have, nowadays must to have. Most of the audit function rely on data analytics. It's getting advanced with different tools. Even the hiring manager in internal audit, they prioritize data analytics skill, one of the key skills that they are looking for candidate. So it's really important to consider data analytics, AI, of course, as Mr. Saad mentioned, that the wave of AI is coming. Whether we ride it or we will get lost. So I think it's important to consider the new technologies, emerging technologies, something coming. In some industries, they are exist now. In other segment is still not yet there, which is IoT, Internet of Things, for example, or blockchain. And the technical skill also includes cybersecurity. We have heard Anthony this morning talking about how is the cybersecurity is #1 risk, 23, 24, 25. How is cybersecurity #1 risk globally across all locations and countries? So this is our role as internal auditor to be advanced in this technicality, and whether it's cybersecurity or AI or other area. The second category is business acumen. We came from audit background, and we used to hire from other audit functions. But nowadays, I see a trend of movement towards hiring from business. We work in both role, improving our internal auditor in terms of business knowledge. In the meanwhile, we attract business leaders to internal audit, and we improve their skills about internal audit practices. I think this is essential to consider for any internal auditor. It's essential to understand the business, how the operating model of the business, how the business is creating value in order to audit, to add to that value. So it's important to be relevant, diversify your knowledge, and I can summarize this category by the T shape, where you have a deep expertise in one, maximum two skills, with broad knowledge of different skills. Don't stick to your domain. Expand in your knowledge in different domain. And the third and most important category is the human element, the soft skill. You might say this is not new. It's not emerging. Yes, that's true. But with the change of the standard now, the change of the role of internal auditor, again, from the Vision 2035, the advisory role expected to increase from 24% to 41%. And let's think about it from audit and day-to-day activity, how we are going to adapt with that change in the profession. Number one is communication, communication, communication. It's all about communication. If you want to make a decision-making or influence the decision-making, you have to gain the trust. If you want to gain the trust, you have to look into your communication. If you don't have the trust from management or from the audit committee, you have something bigger to think about, to solve, rather than thinking anything else. So communication is the key for future role of internal auditor. It exists, but now it requires different level of soft skill from each and all auditor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Saad, for providing the clear roadmap on what to learn. Now we know what skills we need. How do we get them? Javier, your global perspective on professional pathways is key here. Let's discuss the competition for talent. In the competition for talent against consulting firms and technology companies, how can CAEs effectively market value proposition of a career internal audit to attract high potential graduates, mid-career professionals who possess sought-after technical skills?
Thank you, Hawazin. And I would like first to thank Abdullah Sebaili and Dr. Alangari for inviting us and putting together such an amazing event. And I would like to apologize for the small delay that I had coming here. And this is a very good question, Hawazin, and it's an area of concern for the IIA, because there is competition for talent. There's actually, I would say, like a battle for talent nowadays and in the internal audit field. And well, if you think about it, right, if you think of yourselves as recent graduates from the university, and you hear a group of internal auditors talking about providing assurance, internal controls, a disciplined approach, versus some firms or tech companies talking about making an impact, innovation, AI. So what would you choose, right? So I think we as internal auditors need to change a little bit the language that we use so we are more attractive for this talent that is coming, and this talent that is actually looking to make an impact in the society, looking to make an impact in our companies, right? Thank you. And this is something that we need to talk. I love listening to my colleagues in the panel, talking about these things, communication, these kind of skills, business acumen. So we need to be very close to the business, right? And Saad was referring right now, he was mentioning trust as that important thing that we need to get. I was watching a video recently about the US Army, and they were saying how much they value trust over some other technical skills, right? They would rather go for someone they trust rather than someone that is the most expert on something, right? So we need to be trusted. We need to be those trusted advisors or strategic advisors, as we said in Vision 2035, that the companies really need, right? So if you remember the standards, domain 2 talks about ethics and professionalism. Those are messages that are attractive also to young people, because we have stronger standards. We're a profession, right? We're a profession worldwide. I mean, you are internal auditors here in the kingdom, but you follow the same standards, you have the same certification than internal auditors in Botswana, in Malaysia, or in Bolivia, in Latin America, right? And that's a very strong value as well. We are a global profession, right? When we talk about the language, I love to hear Bailey talking about the analogy of a car. Sometimes I think about cars as well. So when we communicate our messages, imagine a Formula One car, they would never finish a race without brakes, right? So for me, sometimes the brakes are the internal controls that some people feel like, no, internal controls slow down the pace of the company. Yes, but without brakes, you would never finish a race, right? So I think, as Sad mentioned, Vision 2035 is a very important report. We have a specific section in Vision 2035 about the pipeline. This is so important for the IIA that we're going to launch a project that Anthony mentioned this morning in his session. We call it the Talent Pipeline. We're actually going to have a dedicated website in which we're going to try to address recent graduates or career changes with the right messages. We're going to try to speak their language. We're going to try to talk the way they understand things, right? And we're going to tell them that internal audit is an amazing launch pad for your career. Those of you that have started your career in internal audit, as I did many, many years ago, realize how different is the vision that you get from a company if you start from internal audit, because you have that wide vision that not many other departments have. So I think it is very important. And the last comment that I would do to add to something that Bailey and Sad mentioned, when we talk about skills as well, I was reading an article recently. They were interviewing these CEOs of the top tech companies in the world, not specifically about internal audit, right? But they were asking them what are the main skills that they look in their people. Of course, all these things, business acumen, technology, cyber, all came up. But the thing that they highlighted as the most important one was the ability or the capacity to learn fast, you know, because we live in such a fast world that if you don't learn fast, at a very fast pace, new things that are coming, there's no way you're going to keep up, right? And we all know, it's written in many, many places, the things that a graduate learns in the first year of the university, probably when he finishes the degree, they are not useful anymore, right? They are outdated, right? So, and one of the things that I have observed during many, many years in my career as internal auditor is that we have that capacity to learn, because we are used to learn processes, to understand the business, to go to a unit in our company, understand what they do, and suggest recommendations and help them to do things better. And to me, that's a superpower that we have, right? So we need to leverage on that, and again, be able to learn fast and keep the pace of this fast-changing business environment.
Thank you, Javier, and your guidance and pipeline management specifically. Thank you for your guidance on that. So let's turn to the audit process itself. The skills and people are changing. So too must our methodology. Mut'ab, this question is for you. While most businesses operate in agile sprints and rapid project cycles, how can internal audit build an agile mindset through its methodology while leveraging advanced data analytics to enable continuous auditing capabilities, ensuring assurance remains relevant, timely, and future-focused?
Thank you, Awazan. It's an honor to be here, and special thanks to Saudi Authority for Internal Auditor for hosting this conference. Back to your question. Today, most organizations operate through agile sprint and rapid project cycle. Therefore, and in order for internal audit to remain relevant, we must change our mindset. We should adopt agile risk-based approach, where we focus our energy in high-risk area as they are emerge. Being agile is essential because business risk is keep changing, and the traditional audit is simply too slow to cope up with the business priority and support decision. Hence, to answer your question, this shift should start by enhancing or by transforming the internal audit methodology into adaptive and flexible model. Let's start by preparing the risk assessment. We should enhance our risk assessment by enhancing the frequency of updating risk assessment from annually to be ongoing basis, a live document that is flexible and adaptive to any changes or emerging risk. This change will lead to have more effective and relevant audit plan. As an agile internal audit function are updating their plan more frequently due to change in operation, strategy, or technology. From engagement level perspective, we need to be agile and focus on more riskies, or high risk processes, and change our mindset from auditing everything under the sun and focus our effort into the high risky area. An agile audit engagement review means slicing the audit engagement into short sprint and audit the high risk area first and communicate the result in timely manner. To address the other part of your question, I would say yes, the data analytics is the real engine of continuous auditing, using automated testing and real-time dashboard and ongoing monitoring of the key controls will support internal audit to effectively identify and timely identify the anomalies and weaknesses and emerging risk. This shift will change internal audit from reactive auditor to proactive, future forward-looking, and assurance delivery.
Thank you, Mateb, for defining the future of our delivery model. Bailey, let's return to the talent strategy now, focusing on implementation. Given the demand for auditors with skills like data analytics, IT, and strategic risk assessment, how should chief audit executives address the current talent gap? Should the focus be on recruiting specialists from outside audit, or on upskilling, cross-training, or cross-training the current team? And what is the optimal balance?
Thank you. Again, another great question. But before I address your question, I'm probably going to say, when I think about many important tasks facing the chief audit executives, and I think one of the most important, if not the most important task, is people management, is retain the right talent, develop the talent, and also grow their career together as well. So first of all, I would say my first point is making sure that people development of your team is one of your most important things. And also as leaders, we don't have many things keep us, or we have many things keep us up at night. And I hope that's one of the things you continue to consider, which is the people development of your team. So the second point I would like to make is when you think about, and also to directly answer your question is, I don't think there's a standard answer to say one way or another. But there's definitely a formula. And I would say the formula starts with understanding the talent needs of your shop. So the new internal audit standards, global internal audit standards, talk about a strategic plan for the internal audit shop. And I would like to add, within that strategic plan of your internal audit shop, a very important component of that plan is the human capital of your internal audit shop. So develop that particular plan and start with a competency assessment of the needs in line with the strategic vision, mandate of your organization. So once you understand that particular alignment, understand what are the needs of the talent within your internal audit shop, the next thing you can do is do a current assessment of your current staff to see what are the competency, what are the skills of your staff. Using the A minus the B, the delta is the needs you need to add on. How to add it on? It could be continue to train your staff. It could be continue to grow your internal staff. It could be getting talent from the other corners of your organization. It could be external recruitment. It also could be some type of co-sourcing with external firms to complement on the capacity and the capability of your internal audit shop. So to me, the second thing of doing that is do the assessment of the needs, do the assessment of the current skill sets, and addressing the delta. And the third piece, and also the last advice I will have is probably not to the chief audit executives, but to the internal auditors, to the employees of the internal audit function. Because I always believe that both the employees and employers, we have collective responsibility for the success of the organization. So when the CAEs put a lot of thoughts onto how to grow the employees, how to grow their talent sets, as employees, we need to be proactive to address the talent gap we currently have as well, and be proactive on growing your knowledge base, be proactive on growing your soft skills, and have that curiosity to continue to have a lifelong learning, and also build on what Arvia just said, learn fast and apply. And I think with all three thoughts, we will be able to proactively address the very important needs, which is the human capital needs of our function.
Thank you, Billy, for your insights. So let's shift from talent structure to the leadership required to guide this new team. On to you, Saad. To fulfill its mandate as a strategic partner, the internal audit function must be seen as an agent of innovation and exert greater influence over executive and board decision-making. What are some critical leadership qualities that the chief audit executives and senior audit managers must cultivate today to drive innovation within the internal audit process?
Thank you, Hawazin. Innovation is all now, this conference is all about transformation and innovation. And if you are interested in STC experience and transformation, you might visit our workshop tomorrow about how we took the journey of digital transformation in detail. But here I will share from my experience, at least from the last year, from leadership perspective, how to create this innovation, starting from a visionary leader who can articulate where they want to be as internal audit function, and reflect it into a strategy. This is not a document to design or draft and that's it. It's about to communicate with management, audit committee, and get their support. This is a key pillar for any innovation in any organization want to transform. So management understanding and support and audit committee support. And guess what? 67% of audit committees in Saudi encourage internal audit to go into transformation and be innovative. So it's now the ball in our side to take some action. Do not stick to our existing activity and change something and apply or try something differently. So innovation, leadership, visionary, this is a key element that to start with. Then there is an important element about enabling people. Be a catalyst for innovation. This simply, maybe it's easy to be said than done, it's simply to enable people to try something different. Javier said success fast, learn fast. I said fail fast, adjust and correct and move forward. There need to be a place to try something differently and adjust accordingly. Don't stick to your existing process or the way that you are doing things. It's important to enable the team to try something from time to time and apply it and update if necessary in the future. The third element, again, is the key element. It's about the people. Having the right talent, attracting them, developing them, and retain them. Those talent need to be mixed background, mixed business knowledge. The best innovative idea come from multiple thoughts, multiple backgrounds into one innovative idea. It's much better than the innovation that comes from one person. So it's important to have the right people and develop them. Leadership is all about development, even before the retention. So it's really important to have them, develop them, whether in the audit or in the business acumen or the technology, in order to come up with creative idea, especially if you give them the space, you have the objective in mind. This is where we are going. So let's try something else and give them the space. You will be amazed by the number of innovation that the team will be providing. So in summary, it's a vision, it's enablement, space where they can try and error, and bringing the right talent, diversified talent. Thank you.
Thank you, Saad, for outlining those leadership demands. Our discussion won't be complete without revisiting the most challenging and highest impact non-financial risk we have, organizational culture. Javier, risk experts argue that poor organizational culture is the root cause of many major failures. How can internal audit move beyond auditing policies and procedures to effectively assess and provide assurance over intangible yet high-impact risks like corporate culture, psychological safety, and ethical behavior?
Thank you, Hawazin. Well, probably the first thing I should say is that I think the risk experts are right. If you look at the corporate failures, usually the technical aspects of it are a symptom, are not the real cause. The real cause is culture, right? That has failed in many companies. So as you were saying, I don't think that's something internal auditors can ignore. We're talking all the time in this conference, in other conference, that we as internal auditors should gain relevance in the organizations. And to do that, I would say there's many things we could do, but there's a couple of things that I would highlight. First is, again, connected to the language that I was mentioning before. I was listening to a CEO of a very large multinational recently, and he was saying, listen, guys, what you do, internal auditors, is great, but you need to speak our language, right? You came to me talking about the 3 lines model, COSO, assurance, all of that. Please speak our language, and you will be more relevant. You will be considered as strategic advisor. But the second thing is tackle the hot topics, right? Not just the topics we are comfortable with, right? And culture is one of those topics, I believe, right? We, as I was saying, is part of most of the reasons of the corporate failures. So if we want to tackle culture, we need to address culture as a risk, right? As a real risk. So culture has to be in our risk universe. And as such, we need to have a risk assessment. We need to have mitigating controls. Culture has to be in our audit map, right? That's something that we cannot ignore, right? How do we do that? So I think that takes us a little bit away from our comfort zone. And for that, I would recommend that there's a very good paper that the IIA released, and we updated it very recently, which is called actually Auditing Culture. And it suggests like a triangular approach on how to audit culture. It talks about quantitative aspects, qualitative aspects, and behavioral aspects, right? So when we talk about quantitative aspects, there's some things that we can measure, right? When it comes to the hotline, you know, the whistleblowings, you know, you might have some indicators about the fear of speaking up in a company, you know, if people is able to speak freely, if they see something that is wrong. We can look at things as the incentive or bonus structure of the company, because sometimes those structures incentivize, you know, fraud or not so ethical behaviors if there's too much pressure on revenue or on profit. And that's the reason of many corporate scandals that were very famous some years ago in the United States, right? We also have qualitative aspects. And that's probably one of the things that takes us the most out of our comfort zone, because probably we need a different approach to find out about these aspects. And for that, we probably need to do like focus groups. We need to do structured interviews. We need to do exit interviews with people leaving the company to understand, for instance, if the tone at the top or the tone from the top is the right one. And sometimes it's not just the tone from the top, but also the tone from the middle manager, as well, middle managers, you know, which sometimes is what causes these things. And then are the behavioral aspects as well, right? How we as internal auditors understand that the behavior of our employees in the company is aligned with the company values, right? So to summarize, what I would say is that we as internal auditors can stop just auditing the processes and the procedures, because we need to give comfort to the audit committee that the culture of the company is within the risk appetite that the board set, right? So we need to be brave and say it again. If we want to become relevant, we need to tackle the important aspects, and culture is one of those important aspects.
Thank you, Javier. That offers a strong framework. Now, let's bring our strategic focus back to the regional context for our final question. Saudi Vision 2030 drives unprecedented organizational transformation, particularly in areas like giga projects, economic diversification, governance, and sustainability, ESG. In the context of this massive national effort, how does the internal audit function transform from being a support role to an accelerator of Vision 2030's objective, specifically by assuring the effective management of emerging risks and strategic transformational risks?
Well, today, the kingdom is going through one of the most transformation in the modern history. The world around us is moving fast, but the kingdom is moving faster. The 2030 vision is not only reshaping our economy, but it's also reshaping the regional economy and institution and expectation. The vision is not just a program, it's a mindset, it's a commitment to build a future that's faster and smarter. Back to the question, And if we refer to what we have discussed in today and listen in today's session, there is about technology, agility, and strategic partner. There is one message becomes very crystal clear. If you want to remain is no longer a checker at the end of the process. The future auditor is an advisor and navigator who brings the clarity and confidence at the time of change. To answer your question,
نتحدث مثلا عن التحيز الخوارزمي، نقص الشفافية.
The consensus is clear. The future of internal audit lies in becoming an agile, strategic, data-driven partner, capable of assuring the risks that matter most to business value. Thank you to our distinguished guests and panelists for sharing your expertise. Now, we want to hear from the audience. We have time for a few questions. I can ask a bonus question. So the Institute of Internal Auditors has recently updated its global internal audit standards, emphasizing alignment with organizational purpose and stakeholder value. How will the new standards fundamentally change the conversation internal audit has with the board and senior management about its mission and value proposition? We can start with you, Bailey, if you would like.
Thank you very much. I actually would like to add on a piece that we were just talking about the 2030 vision of the kingdom. And I would like to add on that particular answer before I add on this one, because the kingdom has a vision 2030. And also for the I profession, we have a vision of 2035. And the I vision of 2035 has a number of key elements. And one of the key things is elevating the internal audit profession to beyond being a provider of assurance audit work, but also become a strategic advisor to helping the organization to proactive address strategic risks. And I think by elevating the internal audit profession, the internal audit in the kingdom can better support the vision 2030 of your country, because those work is not only going to be the audit of what has already happened, but also helping the organization to proactively addressing those emerging risks and opportunities related to Vision 2030. And I don't know how many of you sitting here do speak a little bit Mandarin. So Mandarin is my mother tongue. And in Mandarin, we have a word called 危机. So 危机 by itself means crisis. But 危机 actually made of two characters, 危 and 机. 危 means danger, risk. 机 means opportunity. So what I'm saying is the 2035 of internal audit profession is not only going to helping the organization addressing the crisis, manage the risks, it's also about seeking the opportunities going forward. So I'd just like to add on the last piece of that question.
Thank you, Bailey. Please go ahead.
Yeah, if I may add to this. The major update, one of the major updates in the standards about the role of internal audit and how the advisory taking part of activity of internal audit. This requires really working with management. We talked about innovation, the strategy of internal audit. Try to answer in your strategy how to help your organization to win. If you can answer this, you will gain the board blessing and support and the management support as well. I think this requires internal audit to be closer to the management that 10 years back, to work with the management. Independence, I have heard this quote, I like it, I don't know who said that. Independence does not mean to work in silos. Be close to the management, attend to the management. You are serving the organization, you are serving the board of the organization through applying the oversight mandate on the board of director. You are the one of the tool of the board to apply this oversight role. Thank you.
Thank you, Saad. Thank you, panelists. Would you like to add anything, Javier?
Well, actually, I like very much what you just said. That let's ask ourselves that question: how do we help the company, right? I would just give. I'm not going to add anything else because I think they said everything. But one example that I've seen, the most successful auditors are those that are closer to the strategy of the company. And we have some research in the Internal Audit Foundation that actually demonstrates that. We made a survey and we see that the budget or the functions that are closer to the strategy of the organization actually is higher, than the budget of those companies that are not that close, right? And we're also seeing examples more and more of internal auditors moving to audit committees positions, or even I've seen in my career some cases where the internal auditor became the CEO of the organization. And I tell you, those people were really, really close to the business, right? They were not standing in that independent position that Saad was mentioning, working in silos. No, they were very close to the business. And some very strict auditors might believe that they were not doing a good job because they were not respecting the 3 lines model very rigidly. But at the end of the day, what we want is that our companies are successful, and I think being close to the strategy and to the business is what we have to do. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Javier.
Yeah, I would say here, internal audit value comes from the ability of understanding the business and connect and be able to connect the dots and sense the risk at an early stage. In addition, the internal audit function is the strategic, I would say, enabler for the organization to ensure the implementation of ultimate objective.
Thank you. Thank you. Bailey, please.
Yeah, I would like to add on a piece. I think the new global internal audit standard is very important for internal audit shop is also from one reason, what I call the client zero mentality. And let me explain what is client zero mentality. As internal auditors, we go to our clients, we examine their processes, controls, and we provide audit findings, recommendations, etc. And a lot of times, my belief is whatever advice we give to others, to audit clients, ask them to do continuous improvement of their process, controls, system, etc. We need to apply that mentality to our own practice management first and foremost. So continue to look at ways we can do better as internal auditors from our audit methodology, audit process, audit resource allocation, talent development, etc. So using the new global internal audit standards to always self-examine to see how can we make our practice management better and apply that client zero mentality as we continue to improve our process. In turn, we will improve the audit services we provide to our clients.
Thank you, Billy. I think we can end the discussion here. Thank you, esteemed panelists. I appreciate your time and for sharing your insights and knowledge. Thank you all for joining us today. It's been an amazing discussion. I hope you've taken a lot of notes from these amazing panelists and their knowledge. Thank you. Thank you all.
Hello. Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists and our esteemed moderator. Let's take a group photo together. Thank you very much. It was such an insightful panel discussion. خلونا نحييهم مجدداً. Another round of applause. شكراً جزيلاً لكم. إذن حضورنا الكريم وبعد يوم حافل بالنقاشات والتجارب والعروض الملهمة، اليوم راح نختتم أعمال هذا المؤتمر لليوم الأول، وقد أضفنا إلى خبراتنا بعد جديد وإلى مهنتنا قيمة أعمق وإلى مستقبل المراجعة الداخلية خطوة أقوى. وباسم الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين الداخليين نتطلع معكم جميعاً إلى فصل جديد تتقدم فيه هذه المهنة، يتعاظم فيها الأثر وتبنى فيها معايير تليق بطموحات وطننا. شكراً لكم ونلتقي في نجاحات قادمة بإذن الله.